What's up, everybody? This is back to Warcraft consecutive streaming day number 396. This is a Wednesday? Hell yeah. With lots of B-Cup action, with Dach Inferno action, with the first Night of Mirror in that tournament ever. This is also my patch verdict. I took 1 day and a half and lots of nights, or lots of hours in the nights. Didn't sleep too much and somehow decided how to tackle this. Opinions about this are everywhere, but obviously we have to say something about it. We had a talk with Dondo on Monday where flaws became quite clear. But we'll see. To collect you all, to remind you what happened, last week we got a test patch on the PTR. And that wasn't liked by many. So we gave some feedback. It was harsh. And then 1 week later, they presented us with this. So in my verdict, in my presentation, I won't be going into every single line. That is something that a lot of other people have done. Once again, I want to look at the bigger picture a little bit. So let's take a look of what's happening in the Masters change list so everybody knows. Some items are changed to reduce their strength, sentry wards and heal wards. That is both very fine. The vampiric potion got nerfed. The rune of lesser healing got nerfed. Some adjustments minor to the ring of protection. Otherwise, this stays the same as last week. We got a new orb for human, which could be a topic of its own video, basically. It's very quirky. It's interesting. Is it good? I don't know. Militia armor stays the same. Flying machines have been nerfed. Defense stays the same. Siphon stays the same. Banish has a cooldown now. Holy Light has an increased cooldown now. Slow is still nerfed. Heal is still buffed. Shop is not a requirement anymore, but whatever. Invisibility is a little easier to use. For Orc, they saw the biggest changes, of course, in the first version. Mirror Image still nerfed. Taurens still have the resistance skin, but are a little more expensive. Lightning Orb costs the same as it does now, but still does increase damage to summons. Wyvern are the same as last week, with less poison damage, slightly, but way less XP per kill. Sentry wards are magic immune, but this time got their health reduced, and also the stun duration reduced. Heal wards also attacked in their effectiveness, but just slightly. Expansions are still faster to build, but not as extreme as it was before, shafted down to 5 seconds. Night Elves get the biggest buff in this update with a pretty fundamental change to their lumber harvesting. Also, lumber cost has been cut. Moonstone was addressed to be nerfed above. So it's still stronger than it is now, but not as strong as in the first iteration. Ultra Vision earlier to get. Orb of Venom slightly nerfed. Mountain Giant slightly buffed. Keeper gets 50 more HP on level 5 with this change, which is sweet. Treants attack faster. This is worded poorly. Chimeras are a lot faster. Huntress can be upgraded to heavy armor now. That's certainly something that we'll be talking about. This is one of the core changes in this patch. Fairy Dragon, this is still wrong. Fairy Dragon, what's it called? The one where it disappears. Phase Shift. Phase Shift can be interrupted, which makes Fairy Dragons a little bit more maneuverable. And Vorpal Blades, the upgrade for Glaive Throwers, does more damage when you upgrade the upgrade. Undead have a single target dispel now with double the charges on the Wand of Negation. Ritual Daggers still buff nerfed. Frost Nova still nerfed, Burrow still buffed, Anti-Magic Shield still nerfed, Nerubian Tower buff nerfed, not as strong as in the last iteration, but still a bit better. They shafted the web upgrade back to tier 1, which was a big feedback point. Carrion Swarm still buffed a little bit. Gargoyle do the same damage as before, but are slower now. Spike Carapace has been shafted as well, and the Dark Ranger and the Pit Lord stay the same as in the last patch version. Ay, guys. Let's be honest here. Bit of real talk. I'm a bit burned out right now because of all the competitive Warcraft happening. Our German league, which is a lot of work. The Warcraft III Champions finals are coming back for 2 weekends, which is a lot of work. Thankfully, Soul 8man is helping me so much in that regard. There's B Cup, there's DWCC, then this patch on top. We're still working on our overlay, plus some other shit in the back. So this is all a lot. It is very draining, it's very exhausting, and obviously a patch is very, very, very important, right? So you want to tackle this with a clear mind, with lots of time. You want to think about all the interactions, but you know, due to time and energy constraints, sometimes that is not possible. So maybe I'm forgetting some things here. Maybe there was an oversight. I still tried to think about this for as long as I possibly could in the past 2 days, or 9 days if you include the first version. But I'm not perfect. I watch a lot of games. I do have my opinion. I can come to conclusions. Stuff might be wrong though. Or I'm missing an interaction that changes everything. Like on Monday, I read through the patch notes. I thought of like 12 problems that could come up if these patches go live. And then I talked to Dondo for half an hour, and all of a sudden these 12 problems become 25 problems because I didn't see things and I saw things that he didn't see. And balance in an RTS can be so nuanced. My favorite example is that the damage change of 1 made the difference between headhunters are viable and headhunters are trash. So this is how fine the line can be. Change a value plus minus 1 changes everything sometimes. So I'm not the person to tell you it should be 25 damage when in reality it should be 24 damage, right? This is not where I'm good at. I try to think a bit bigger. Are existing problems addressed in the right way? Is this I'm like pointing into a direction. Is the direction the right one? I feel like that's my job in this. And this is how I structured my presentation that's coming up. This is not even part of it yet. Like, I have no idea if we have enough time, to be honest. Thank you, Dad Ziggy, for the Prime, and also Oshikovsky for the Prime. So, text-to-speech is off at the moment. I want to keep this clean also for YouTube and stuff, but I still wanted to involve you. And throughout my presentation, I won't be reading or commenting on chat. We can discuss everything afterwards, but this is a lot. This is a lot, and I want to keep it like somewhat concise, even though I'm not sure if I can. I'm actually a bit nervous. And I usually am not. Like, not even in the patch reviews of the past 2 weeks I was nervous. Now I am for some reason nervous. I got no clue why. But alright. So, let's start. I'm gonna shut down chat for now. Let's see if this is alright though. Oh, it's grabbing. Okay, there we go. So I put my OBS on the right-hand side to see the Photoshop that I always use. And then I think we're good. Okay. What the? Okay, everybody. We had a new update for the test patch that is on the servers on Monday. After presenting you all the changes, now I want to go a bit into the analysis and my feedback, my concerns, my praise, my criticism, everything in this video. Disclaimer, this is a lot to tackle and this is a lot to unpack and I can't possibly cover all. So instead of going line by line for the patch review, I will be thinking of the bigger picture. I presented the changes in a different video that you can look up. So let's go into this. My last feedback started or ended with the following conclusion. That a lot of things are bad about the first version of the patch. It doesn't fix problems with humans. It doesn't fix problems with Night Elf. There's undead matchups that are broken. Orc is the only race that is truly getting better, but it also game breaking. And there's no new tools. There's no interaction. I thought this was very uninspired. Now we got version 2, and oh boy, do things change. Things change so much that I think we have to condense this discussion to like 2 to 3 things that are implemented in this patch. First of all, what is changing? The major changes here. Blood Mage is getting heavy nerfs, and human in general gets a lot of nerfs, unlike in the version prior. For Orc, we still have the big ones from the first version of the PTR with the magic immune wards and the torrent resistant skin, which is game changing for sure. Night Elves get huge buffs this time as their entire lumber economy gets a buff, and Huntress get a tier 2 buff, which is very meaningful. And Undead by now, quantity of nerfs hurts them a lot as well. So this is the basis that we are arguing from. And if I look back, I can say this. Everything I had written down here in my last patch video is fixed or addressed. Some fixed in parentheses because, you know, it's at least addressed. Maybe addressed would be a better word here. But the people at Blizzard either had the same idea that I had or listened and tackled this. So I should be happy now, but it is so complicated. I think the version 2 of this PTR is going heavily in the right direction, but there's a lot of problems with it. In patch number 1, addressing problems was Orc has very little variety. That gets a buff with underused units as Torrents and Witch Doctors. And that was basically it. Human didn't get any new tools. Undead didn't get any new tools. Night Elves didn't get any new tools. Now, problems are addressed with big Pala Rifle nerf, with the Night Elf economy, and also the Night Elf variety. So big buff and checkmark for Blizzard when it comes to addressing problems existing on the live patch right now in version 2 of this PTR. This, in general, is very good from 1 problem to 4. But of course, we create some problems as well, huh? Adding variety, as we said, the Orcs were supposed to get better Torrent, Witch Doctor, Wyvern, and an easier way to expand. Undeads gets a little nudge towards Fiends, and some neutral heroes got some buffs as well, which was cool. Now, in version 2, we add more variety with a new orb for human, with a slight buff to a keeper, with a huge buff to Huntress, with some nudges to, like, a big buff to chimeras as well. Fairy dragons are somewhat addressed with the phase shift. Orcs still have their 4 bullet points here, which is great. Undead still only have their 1 with the Fiends. So in general, the variety for Night Elves, thumbs up for thinking in that direction. So this is all so far very good. Problems addressed, variety addressed. This is exactly what we wanted. This is exactly what a patch should be when we only, quote unquote, get a patch once every 6 months. I was very disappointed by version 1. I am, in that regard, pretty pleased by version 2. So in general, there is a bigger quantity of changes. And last time I criticized that all the changes are coming from Remo, Dondo, and Save Orcas. I see a lot more originality or a lot more sources in this version. I like that. I like that a lot. It's not a copy of a Word doc and an Excel sheet, but this is a summary of a lot of things. And this is how it should be. I also like the impact of the changes. It is way more meaningful and will change the game way more than the version 1 had. This is amazing. Also, understanding mistakes and reverting some of the changes of version 1 to version 2, great. Distribution of changes is a little better and a little worse. In version 1, we only had stuff towards the orcs. Now Night Elves are benefited greatly as well. The undead and human are currently getting a big shaft. So this is a plus minus, as it is better than version 1, but it's still only good for 50%. Because this is so many changes, it's a definite step down in balance. Assuming that these changes will go live, which they probably won't. But we have to judge what we have in front of us, right? So this patch is a major nerf to the overall balance. And because it's so many changes and challenges, right now it is completely impossible to analyze what is causing which shift. And then it's also hard because there's still lack of direction and a lack of a message what this PTR is supposed to address, that giving pinpointed feedback is impossible. There's so many things that interact with each other and so many things that are good in one matchup but bad in another matchup that giving feedback is impossible. But this is what we want. More variety, new tools, new interactions. So big praise in that regard. I like it. Now towards the problems. And maybe we can fix these problems in upcoming iterations of the patch together with feedback. Balance is like Jenga. I don't know if you play Jenga. The idea is you always have to pick a piece out of the tower and put it on top. If you pick a piece of this tower at the very, very top, it doesn't do too much. It doesn't challenge the balance of this tower too much. But if you pick a piece at the bottom, like you see here, everything becomes more unstable. And this is the same in Warcraft 3 as well. If you make a change to a late game unit like a Tauren, yeah, this can certainly lead to problems, but it's late game already. Because it's available late game, the first 20 minutes are not affected. If you make a change to something in the early game, it automatically has a bigger ripple effect, is snowballing way harder, and makes this entire construct of balance a lot more unstable. And this leads me to the Night Elf Lumber problem. This is gonna be one of the biggest points that I want to talk about. There's two things that are the major things. It's the Lumber problem and the Wisp buff, and it's the Huntress. Everything else pales in comparison to these two changes that were introduced in this patch. And I don't think it makes any sense to talk about anything else before we know if these changes will go live, will be addressed, will be changed. Because if there's a change to these two patch notes, then everything else changes as well. So, status quo of the Night Elf Lumber problem. It is a real thing. There is an analysis of how much lumber a faction needs or has over the span of a game. And this is very one-sided, negatively towards Night Elf. Versus Orc, the Night Elf roundabout needs 880 lumber, the Orc 650, 230 difference. Versus Undead, it's even more clear with 1000 lumber on the Night Elf side and 670 average on 1000 on the Night Elf side, 670 on the Undead side. Versus Human, it's also roundabout 1000, 960 versus 700. So this, in general, is a big difference, but Night Elves also have a reason to have higher lumber costs because their wisps are, in the way they gather lumber, the best because they don't have to walk. They never lose time harvesting when they go to the war mill, the graveyard, whatsoever. So that's a cool design in the core of Warcraft 3. Because things have changed a little bit over the past couple of years, this has become more and more of an issue, though, that Night Elf needs more lumber. Because the longer the game goes, the more effective is the wisp. Because the distance from the lumber mill to the tree becomes longer and longer, right? So a human, an undead, and an orc need more time to bring back to walk, while the wisp is still on the tree. Because lumber has been reduced across the board and timings have been shafted across the board, this strength is not that meaningful anymore as it was like 10 years ago. So this has to be addressed, and I like it. But it also shows that the lumber gathering isn't the problem, but the costs are the problem. And if you change the lumber gathering speed of wisps, which they address in the current patch, this changes everything. It changes every timing, and it gives the Night Elves an overall stability from second one on. What does this address, and what has this influence on? The availability of buildings, because you get lumber faster, because you might have a wisp spare that you previously had not. So you can also build more buildings because you have more lumber. You can build maybe a bit more of an efficient army if you cut 2 wisps and build an archer instead in the early game. Or whatever, and more talent. You can use wisps more in the fight because you gather lumber faster and you can detonate 1 more. The tech timings are faster, and then you can get to a faster second hero, a faster dryad, a faster rejuve. All these things that are already quite strong in a Night Elf game will be even crazier. I think people have tooled around with this, and you can tech at 2 minutes 15. That is very slightly after the hero drops out. This helps with Engine of War creeping. You can use another wisp for repair because you don't need the lumber, and then you can take heavier spots, leading to higher level heroes maybe. The availability of upgrades and the mass ability of units. You see, everything is affected by this. And I don't think you have to take this risk. If the problem is that Night Elves need a lot more lumber than the other races, cut the lumber cost. If you cut the lumber cost, then yeah, the upgrade will still be available earlier, but it doesn't affect everything. So while the Blizzard team is going into the right direction of tackling the lumber problem, it takes a huge risk, which is, I think, also an unnecessary risk. So I like the direction, I don't like the implementation. It's too risky to tackle it this way. Also, this is a double buff because they already reduced lumber cost for like 2 buildings, and now they put this on top, while also taking other nerfs away. It's a cascade, it is. Second problem. So yeah, this is like check mark on the Night Elf lumber. But please don't, it's still good that we move into this direction. Because then a big issue, especially versus Undead, is the affordability of buildings to keep up with production. That's also a problem versus Human. So this will change a lot if this is addressed in a patch. The Huntress problem. Everybody and their mother agrees that Huntress are ass, especially the later the game goes. They are weak because they're unarmored. And unarmored is very weak versus piercing. And piercing reigns supreme in Warcraft 3. Rifles, headhunters, fiends sometimes, right? They're everywhere. Piercing damage is everywhere. Summons. There's so much piercing damage that the hard counter to hunts is available all the time and is steady in army compositions. To make up for this armor type, Huntress got very specific strength. They are faster than everything else on that tier because they have to hunt, right? Their attack is an AoE, so automatically they attack more units than any other unit on that tier. And this is especially a power in base races. When Huntress attack a building, the bouncy glaives will also attack the workers that are trying to repair this building. And then you can't repair that building without losing your entire economy. They have range instead of being melee. Their HP and armor value is a bit higher because of that. And now you're changing on tier 2, early on tier 2, their armor type away from unarmored to heavy. That is a crazy buff. And every other race will have a problem to counter this. It is not exactly like a grunt because it has this unique traits, especially the speed and AoE. So this can't go live. It will dominate everything and everyone. And lead to probably very boring mirrors as well. Because also, like, Siege won't work that well anymore. Casters, you have to get them out, and I don't know if that's a big solution to that. So, Huntress can't go live. And again, it is cool to see that they address the Huntress problem. The direction is the right one. But this is crazy. This is crazy. Ideas are to tackle these values. I think the glaives shouldn't bounce from buildings, for example, would be quite amazing. Other people have said, take away the heavy armor, but give them Elun's Grace as a tier 3 upgrade, which would still give Huntress longevity. It would help them versus piercing damage and also versus spell damage. You have to play more passive on tier 2, which reduces the risk of these Huntress all-ins that everybody is currently afraid of. Gives the enemy a little bit of time to tackle them at mid-game when there is a lot of piercing damage, but then gives Huntress longevity at tier 3 with the Elun's Grace when also spell damage becomes increasingly strong, right? And then they have not only their piercing damage weakness tackled, but also the magic damage weakness tackled. That could be cool, but that absolutely also has to be tier 3. And not tier 2. If you want to give them heavy armor on tier 2, you have to drastically reduce other values of the Huntress. So, here's the thing. This is the Jenga balance. You are going... Oh shit, this is a wisp here at the bottom, by the way. This is a wisp. I have the chroma key out. If you change the wisp and the lumber, everything is unstable. If you change the hunt at tier 2, everything from early tier 2 to the top becomes unstable. If you change a Tauren, you know, it's just a late game. It's not that impactful. But these two things, especially since it's two major game-changing patch lines on one race, is going very, 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 very much into one direction. And it's super risky for the health of the game. And because these, like, this is the two things. Like, these two things make everything else meaningless. We don't have to talk about an orb of fire if every human game is ending on tier 2. right? So that is my direction. We don't have to talk about Tauren and heal wards being undispellable if these two things are in the game and wreck every orc on tier 2. So this is why I'm not that detailed in my feedback, but this is the core issue of this version. So what's changing? With the nerfs to Banish and Holy Light and Siphon Mana Leash, Pala Rifle is probably dead. And we don't want that. We want Pally Rifle in the game. We don't want it to be that oppressive. I think this is like 3 nerfs, or 4 basically, technically. 4 nerfs plus Militia, 5 nerfs to Pala Rifle in one patch. Way too much into one direction. Cut it down. I think the Banish change is one of the best ones because it's also so frustrating to play against. Plus, it affects human orc. Plus, it affects human night elf. I think if Banish is in, you don't need the Holy Light change. You might not even need the Mana Leash change. But that gets extreme then as well. Human loses power levels versus orc, especially with the Pally Rifle. We don't want Pally Rifle dead because it's beautiful that human has 2 ways to play now. Archmage and Pala Rifle. We want that. We want variety. We want these styles. We want to have map-specific strategies that work on one way and not on the other. Don't kill Pally Rifle. Versus Night Elf, holy shit, dude. Human is getting completely trashed against Night Elf now, with Banish being nerfed and these huge Night Elf buffs. Versus Undead, I'm really not sure. Could go both ways. I'm not too certain about that. Night Elf's getting a humongous buff against everything. We have argued that they need a buff in general, but this is crazy. In the volume. Orcs, better versus human, which is probably too much. A lot better versus Undead as well. And let me tell you why. So it has always been a problem that Undead ground dominates Orc ground due to Ghouls and Dark Ranger and Lich. So they moved to Mass Air. And now with the patches, Lich gets a nerf, Gargoyle gets a nerf, Undead in general gets a couple of nerfs, and Orcs can go ground maybe on tier 3, we don't know, but Wyvern don't give XP anymore, like not that much XP anymore, and Undead won these games due to levels. So you have easier expansions for Orc, you have lower Undead levels, you have weaker Gargoyles, you have a weaker Lich. I don't know how Mass Air is supposed to be counterable for Undead. Versus Night Elf, they still, like, I don't know how they should win against this Night Elf. And in Mirror, do we have it addressed that everybody kind of has to go the revive Tauren Mirror? Because Kodos can't eat Tauren anymore? There might be timings against that though, right? But this is surely a risk that at the end of an Orc Mirror, both players hit each other with Tauren, and then when a Tauren dies, they just revive them with Spirit Walkers. Which I think is incredibly boring. But we'll see. Undeads lose a lot of power. And they don't get anything meaningful back. Versus human, I'm really unsure, as I said. Versus orc, they get completely trashed versus Mass Air. And also versus Night Elf, this will be very problematic. Yeah. So these are the risks. Human lose a lot of their power level in general across the board. They lose variety with the lack of Pally Rifle, and unlike Night Elves and Orcs, they don't get any new exciting tools except a bit of quality of life. Night Elves might be overpowered overall, Huntress might be overpowered overall, Orcs might have too strong with wards and Tauren, but might be very underpowered versus Elf. And Undeads have an in general power reduction to a race that is already 99% carried by Happy and his 6 skills. And they don't have anything exciting, similar to human. So there's certainly a disbalance between human and undead, who both have the same problem. Human have one more problem. And night elves and orcs who get a lot of tools but don't interact with each other because the night elves are then overpowering the orcs. I want to say, though, that while I see and realize these risks, everything about this patch is so much more exciting. I was very bored and very disappointed by PTR 1. I am very excited by PTR 2. I do realize that this is much more dangerous. But we have time, right? This can be addressed. And I think the overall perception in the scene is the same. I look at Reddit, I look at the Battle.net forums, I look at our Discord, I look everywhere. The first patch, everybody had their pitchforks and was attacking this patch and was disappointed. Here, way cooler. People want these new toys. People want more interaction. They want to freshen things up. The team is now, the Warcraft team, is now in a weird position that they put themselves in. They have to delete quite some of these changes to make things to get things in order again, because this is out of control right now. Some people might be disappointing that some shiny new tools get deleted. Others will be a bit revealed. But obviously this patch can't go through. It's only the second version. We oftentimes get 3 to 4. So everybody should be aware that this is all work in progress. I still can't really see a direction in which this is going, but it's a bit more clearer than before. But yeah, I don't want to be in your shoes, Blizzard team. I don't. Here's a little bit of advice from what I take away from this PTR. For the humans, reduce the quantity of nerfs. This is, I mean, reducing their power level a little bit is justified, but this is way too much. And keep Pala Rifle alive, please. For the Night Elves, just reduce the lumber cost, instead, like some selected lumber cost, instead of buffing the lumber harvesting. This is way too risky. And if you lower selective lumber cost, you can also show us in what direction things should be going. Huntress needs drastic nerfs if they get the tier 2, which is also risky, because then if you nerf the unit values, HP, attack, the AoE, anything, it lowers their value on tier 1 where they're already not that played. But maybe with lumber adjustments that can interact, you know, those are some interactions that you have to think about. Or the suggestion from Safe Orcas, give them, instead of heavy armor, give them Illusion's Grace to reduce piercing damage and also spell and magic damage on tier 3 to not tingle too much with the tier 2 timings. For orcs, maybe reduce the HP of stasis traps further. Maybe introduce a maximum of stasis traps. So because the AoE that was changed in this patch is maybe not that meaningful, you can spam them, right? Maybe that's the thing, but it's a minor thing. I am very much of the opinion Wyvern don't need this level reduction. They need a little bit more HP. That would help things surely in the undead orc interaction. And for undead man, I don't know. I got no clue where this is going with undead. I don't really know how to help them with undead. Also, it is so often said that I have an undead bias. I kind of don't want to talk about it, but I also am very, very, very clueless in what direction this is supposed to go. So I think the biggest nerfs to undead right now is the buffs to the other races, except human. And I'll just wait for the next version of the PTR, because again, as long as the Night Elf lumber gathering and Huntress is not addressed, I don't think it makes sense to think about anything else. That is my thoughts on the second version of the PTR. I don't envy the team. With the number of changes, interactions are quite hard to find. What I can tell you, though, is that we are running an invitational on Thursday. 7 p.m. Carson is going to cast for you. We have the maps updated on Warcraft 3 Champions, so they reflect the PTR damage. We will have one player of every race. It's going to be Leon, Neutron, Tiesiok, and Krav. There's no prize money for winning. There's an attendance money that we give them, and it's going to be round robin. Every player will face the other, so we have all matchups covered. And then maybe we get a better idea of how this is playing out. But these are my thoughts. I hope you like it. And leave some comments how you see this patch. And if I'm completely wrong, or if you agree, and maybe we can fine-tune things from there. Let me know. Alrighty, ready for your feedback, everybody. Ready for your feedback. I didn't read any of it, so if you said something before, let me know. Great presentation. I like the top view approach. I even use pictures. Oh, pre-production? Yeah, with PowerPoint, mate. I like that you talk freely. You are a stupid man and your opinions suck. I'm unsure about the also needs new toys evaluation for human because it leaves out current variety. Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, I didn't know that this has to be mentioned. Yeah, but this is what everybody wants, right? Okay, maybe Pally Rifle is a new tool already. Yeah, I thought it's too... Okay, sometimes I fall into a trap of thinking that things are so obvious that people will know, but maybe, yeah, maybe that should have been mentioned. Yeah, for sure. Similar-ish for Undead, right? There is solid variety already, but still would be nice to have something new. Makes it interesting for all races. Good presentation how these changes create a huge snowball effect, even though I disagree on a lot of points. Thank you for still being nice and that you like some stuff and some others don't. I'd rather have weaker changes to Hunts than another tier 3 upgrade. You're doing a nice job. I don't agree with everything, but at least the majority. That's good, man. And again, this is so... Like, balance is so... Can be so detailed and so nuanced. It's so hard to put this all in like a 30-minute presentation, whatever that was. You can't mention it all and you can't explain it all. I think we had to focus on the big issues here. You can't compare building costs one-to-one. Undead buildings are by far the cheapest for other races, but there's not only building cost, but that... I didn't display building cost. I displayed overall cost for everything. For example, when a peon is building racks, it's not just 60 wood, but probably around 100 because he would be gathering it at the same time. Yeah, that's a unique thing for Undead, right? At the end of the presentation, I said I don't know about Undead, and now you ask me about my suggestions for Undead. Like, okay, yeah, what am I supposed to say about that? I know what you mean, but I refer to how it can be perceived by others. Yeah, Kevin, you're totally right. We'll think about it and implement it next time better. Elunes on tier 3 makes it useless timing wise. I thought about that too. It's odd, but you can work around that to a degree, I think. It will be a huge buff to Hunt's late game without taking too many risks. Need something in between. Yeah, but it's so hard, man. If you buff the unit itself, it's too strong on tier 1. If you do what you do now, it's way too crazy on tier 2. So what do you do? And then it's also the problem, what can you do on tier 2 to maybe fix that transition with the lumber buffs you get? Like, this is, nobody can envision this, I think. Nobody can abstract that. Nobody has a brain to look at 2 lines of patch notes and immediately have every single ripple effect in the back of their heads. Ideally, you want to separate triple bounce from the armor upgrade, move triple bounce to tier 3, and include it damage upgrade as well. I think the opinions were paid for by Jenga. Yes! Jenga is the secret influencer here. I am not talking about Undead. I don't have an idea about Undead. Ah, you were referring to the chatters. Okay. Pala rifle isn't imba. People just play bad versus it. Dude, I don't know if you saw my cast of Soin versus Starbuck. I very much said the same. I strongly feel that Banish is crazy, broken, and frustrating. So on Monday, when I saw these patch notes the first time, I kind of immediately said the Holy Light nerf is too much. And I mean, I said this in this video, like in this part of the presentation as well, it's way too much. Problem with Warcraft itself, at least according to me, just like you mentioned, we only get one patch every 6 months, expectations get higher, even the slightest change can affect the game so much. I think the approach is the right path, but I believe they need to do it more frequently in order to balance stuff the right and correct way. Too many changes at once can mess up the whole game. Yep. Or they even each other out. So what's going on in the B Cup, by the way? Are we missing games? Or are we still fine? Ooh, 1-2-0 is up 2-0. Nice, 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 nice. Imagine whining hard about 12.5 lumber gathering buff. Do you jump in victory when you kill one wisp on the map because that's the same amount of lumber? I think this is very short-sighted, Toxie. I mean, this improves every timing at every stage of the game. Just a slight QV. Blood Mage does 0 damage. In the game versus Lowlight on Springtime, all 3 of Lowlight's heroes had a damage output of 15k, while Blood Mage had around 2k. His use, if he doesn't do a lot of support, and disabling is very mediocre. Banish is possibly still too strong, but one has to keep in mind that one is sacrificing at the same time. Yeah, I don't want to delete Banish. And if you want damage, go Flame Strike. Eroticos, thank you for the sub. Neanderthal, thank you for the sub. Don't nerf human. My game wasn't working since human buff, and then I got it working last week, and now they're nerfing human. Oh, you poor soul. Well, thank you for the €1. Harry, heavy armor on Hunts. Give Grunts building armor with brute strength. Deathwing, thank you for the 46. Barbity, thank you for the 89. That's Ziggy and Oshikovsky. Thank you before. Thank you. Current tier 2 timing with the Wisp gathering speed is ridiculous. I agree. From what I heard. We'll see on Thursday. Yeah. So those are my thoughts. I don't think it's worth, for me personally, talking about specifics before Hunters and Wisps aren't addressed. Until then, we'll see. People up in arms. Yo, Pavel, brother, I love you. But Soin's plays versus Pally Rifle are absolute dog shit. I said this so many times. It's getting a bit frustrating to repeat. But Europe is 4 weeks, 6 weeks ahead of all the Asian players. There's guides written out there by Pally rifle players how to play as Orc, and they're not using it. Dude, Grubby played better against Pally rifle than any Asian Orc ever has after like 10 days of thinking about it. It is a player problem in Asia. That's the same for 1-0 versus Pally rifle, by the way. But yeah, I don't think that's the point. I mean, if this goes through, Pally rifle is dead forever. Hello, sir. Will you stream today's 4-4? We have a German league that we have a sponsor for, so we can't just postpone this, unfortunately. And I personally hate 4-4, so I'm not too interested in that. But maybe Soul 8man will do. A lot of people will, I think. How's game 3 going? Oh. Okay. Yeah, we might have still some time. Thank you, Sonny. Pella rifle matter. They do. We like that style. I don't know. Chat seems to be pretty toxic right now. Or at least heated. There was an Infi review, but it's most likely just reading the patch notes and saying this is a buff, this is a nerf. It's not too interesting. IMO would love to have a more detailed explanation for it, but Warcraft III Night Elf fans is doing a great job in translating a lot of these videos. And I want to show it to you real quick. It's a great YouTube channel for things like this. If you are interested in the wait, where's the video tab? And what are some of the Asian players are saying, especially Chinese players? There it is. Infi's translation, 10 minutes, some thoughts in there. Fortitude on PTR1. So this is now, of course, a little bit too late, but it's also a very, very long video. There's a lot of truth in there. And maybe once I have the time, I'll react to it. You can watch it. It's great. Fly. It's an interesting thing. He basically says, I don't need any buffs for Orc because we are a tier 2 race. Like, huh? Okay. Interesting. But yeah, War 3 Night Elf fans is a great YouTube channel during patch times. All right. So we had some developments in DWCC, which is a tournament, of course, a very important tournament, $21,000. The Chinese qualifier, unfortunately, at the very same time with the B Cup qualifier. We had a bunch of favorites, Fly invited, then a lot of players via qualifier, which was a really cool idea, IMO. Infi went through. War3 Orkuro over PCG was quite a surprise. Kaho over Colorful, but then Pink and Xiao KK out. Rough week for poor Xiao KK, man. Really liked the guy. Unfortunately, twice eliminated. Life wins the group over 1-0. Bit unfortunate, but strong Life, I guess. 40 and Fly make it through here, which was nice. And then we have the playoffs of Infi versus 1-0 again. That is tomorrow. My god, tomorrow, so many great games. Cow versus Fly. I haven't seen Fly in a while. I'm very curious in what shape he is. War3 Orkuro, nice to have him in the top 8 as a newer-ish name and face. And there's surely potential for Fortitude to struggle a little bit, and his matchup versus Night Elf is not the best. So we're down to the top 8. So everybody here is already guaranteed qualified for the wild card. If you make it 2 rounds further, then you're in the season. So it's not that high stakes. Then, of course, we're here in B Cup. B Cup goes down to the nitty gritty. Starbuck versus Happy. Huge match tomorrow. Looks like we're getting Sock versus 1-0 here today if things continue. That would be pretty much now, right away. And then we also have Lawlight and Focus. And then we have our lower bracket semifinal and the B Cup top 4. Awesome, 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 awesome tournaments. This weekend also, War3 Champions Finals. The start, basically. We got some amazing players in this wildcard qualifier. Agent, Pavel, Inspired, Lajuk, Krav, hopefully Krav and Seiso, and Sheik for the Undead. Cloud, who's a crazy rising players from the Americas. Hinagiku, my favorite new European Night Elf. Neutron is in, Rivendell, Soima, Toxie, plus hopefully a few more signups. Top 2 qualify for the close qualifier, which will be the content for Saturday and Sunday, with Lemes, Teko, Knopf, Biko, Kevin, Smurf, and the 2 people from the wildcard qualifier, who will then qualify to the season finals with Death Note, Hawk, Leon, Cash, Tiesjok, Jens, and Sonic. So for race diversity, let's go Undead. Oh, BBC is in the commercials. Does that mean the game is over? Does that mean it's 2-1? Ah! Ah! That is unfortunate. But yeah, regarding PTR, that is probably the last that I said to this topic till the next patch. Carson will bring you the PTR tournament on a Thursday. Leon, Neutron, TSC, or Craft saw some praise for the picks. Let's hope for the best, man. I gotta say, the last PTR tournaments were absolute dog shit. Maybe that was because the further you went in the tournament, the more money you won. And it was only about winning instead of showing the changes. Now, everybody gets a compensation. It doesn't matter really if you win or not. Of course, it's about bragging, right? But hopefully these guys will show us the strengths and weaknesses of what's to come. We won't see the impact of Pally Rifle, I guess, since Leon doesn't play Pally Rifle, but everybody knows with the current implementation it's dead. You guys can actually check and play on PTR maps now. Since the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people of War 3 Champions, especially Bogdan, have pushed them to the custom game section. So if you go for, let's say, Concealed Hill, you have a lot of versions here. You also have PTR balance, and those were updated yesterday. So if you want to test these balance changes, you can do that on War 3 Champions, which is great. Oh, hell no. Ja, voll, Leute. Yeah, if someone wants to play against Echo Goodman, join us. Join us. Show match. Let's go. Let's see if someone joins. Echo Goodman, what is he? 1900 MMR? Echo Goodman. 1930. Look at him go.
B2WOHNO B2WOHNO B2WOHNO.
Well, if we have an opponent for Echo Goodman, let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you, TTV Criticism, for the sub. Mr. Decent. Isn't he like 1500? 1600? I play Echo? Is this PTR? It is PTR. Otherwise, Haster is ready as well. Yeah, Haster, let's go. Haster versus Echo might be fire, to be honest. If we want a balanced match. Yeah. Let's go, Haster. Time for you to lose on Back to Warcraft again. Echo Goodman versus Haster. PTR. Balance match. Haster? Yeah, he's coming. Nice, 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 nice. Let's go. Lithuania versus Serbia. The big battle for PTR supremacy. Haster is coming. I think the biggest issue with Huntress would be Mirror, especially tandem with Glaive buff. Is the only issue I have. Trying to look into some numbers. Okay. How long does it take this guy? God, is he downloading Warcraft 3? One sec. The 1-2-0 Blade game hasn't started, so we have some time. He's putting on his heavy armor, obviously. It takes a while. It's happening. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sir. Another second. Unbelievable behavior. Night Elf always so slow. All right. 3, 2, 1. God damn, the first televised match of the new PTR balance. It is Haster versus Echo Goodman. Night Elf versus Undead. I think Haster is a lot better than his proclaimed 1750 MMR. He was hit by deflation, probably. Let's see. Oh my god, there's so many changes in this matchup. I can't even name it all. First, I have to make sure that overlay stuff is all correct, and I throw you into the correct scene. There we go. Echo Goodman, a very, very good Undead. Also coaching recently. Haster, a very, very good Night Elf player. So, let's see. No sound should be fine. Yeah, it will be fine. We'll be fine. Hopefully all the changes have been implemented correctly. Yes, Night Elf, that is fine, of course. So, we'll see if, like, the tech is a lot faster. If we cut some wisps. If we see some Huntress. Let's see, let's see. We're not moving away from the Demon Hunter. I think this is good to see the real values here. What else is there? Oh my god, there's so much. I have to open the patch log to see all the differences. Lich range will be interesting to see now that it's down to 700 from 800. Ritual Dagger, only one charge.
The player's forces are under attack.
So we'll see about all of that. So we don't have a Huntress opening, I guess. My god. Look at this lumber gathering rate. It's insane. It's insane how much lumber there is on the Night Elf side. Jesus. So much lumber.
A player's forces are under attack.
We are on 8 Whisper. Oh, he is going Huntress before tech. All right. We want to see the influence, huh? We want to see the influence. We don't have a Ritual Dagger yet. Or is it? No, it's not, right?
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay. Then we don't see the influence just yet. Will we see on this map a Vampiric Aura? Could be, right? We'll see about that. If that's the case, I don't think we have an icon for this yet, but we'll see. So far, I'd say not much has changed, except that Echo... I don't know if Echo usually is not going for a dagger. He's also not going for a dust. Hot damn, Huntress opening and tech at 3 minutes 10. We also have to take a look at like a Moonstone, if that gets heavy usage. Of course, the Huntress change not there yet. It's a tier 2 change. But so far, it's a classic Undead game. As we don't have any new tools. Dude, Hastur has so much lumber, he doesn't even know what to do with it. But good to see the effect if you attack the Wisp as well, like in a regular game. They oftentimes have to be moved away from the tree, then they lose a lot of lumber, and then they move to the tree again, and they start at 0. Unlike a human, who saves that value, or an undead. Okay, this was a little bit of a harass, targeted towards hurting the lumber economy. We got 470 lumber. Ooh, we're going one base guards. To see the movement speed then, I guess. Yeah, interesting. How you play around the lower movement speed and how much that impacts the Night Elf.
A player's forces are under attack.
But yeah, this far, lumber is the only real noticeable thing, right? Creep check time. Dark Ranger second. Oh, the Dark Ranger can feed HP to the Demon Hunter. That will be interesting, but it's of course horrible against gargoyles. We go bouncy glaives immediately. Nice to see, Hastur. That's how you play a PTR show match. Oh, heal ward drop. True. True. Nice to see, Life Drain. Hastur will lose this Dark Ranger 1000%. Double lore up and we still have 300 lumber. He has 9 wisps though. Ah, no vampiric potion. Okay, we got Gargs. They are quite a bit slower now. And Hunts have their upgrade. This is the indicator for the heavy armor that you will see quite a bit now. It's kind of funny to me how the weapon glows when they get a different armor. Maybe this should be put to the shield instead. Dark Ranger tanking, Huntress creeping. Quite nice. That can be some cool interactions. We get the classic gargoyle creeping. Dude, you can creep everything you ever wanted, right? With the hunts, this also means you can't really go ghouls anymore. They destroy everything. Movement nerf on gargoyles. I played them a bunch. I notice it. For the uneducated eye, maybe not, but of course, when dryads slow them, and they're slower in general, might be caught a bit more. Map control is quite insane with this Hunt Dark Ranger thing. So, despite Garg Harass and Tier 3 tech and a just started shop and AP, we have 300 lumber. Dryads still fall quite quickly. You gotta be more careful with the guards, that's for sure. But the second hero choice, like if this would be Naga or Panda, this would be a way easier defense. Gotta keep in mind that Haster is a notorious balance whiner. So he'll probably lose on purpose to be able to continue balance whine. But even he said Night Elf is alright this PTR. Just throwing it out there. Tier 3 done. We get more APs. Wonder what he's doing now. Is he willing to play this with only Dryads? Without Panda, this might still be hard. Yeah, so far, the only impact we see is slower Gargs on the undead side, right? Did I miss anything? We don't see the Lich, but we will soon. Demon Hunter then should have an easier time mana burning. If someone has an eye on B Cup, that'd be nice. But usually Stufka will tell me, I guess. Gargs are still harassing. Hung's a bit left alone. 2 Nova and go before the mana burns come in. Always good to get rid of the strongest unit in the game. Ay, guys. When the Huntress throws the glaive, it's not glowing. Unacceptable flaw.
The town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
Patch is ruined. Just delete it all. Just revert to 1.27. Feels like... Oh lol, I don't have an icon for the hunt. As that's technically a different unit. Okay, so when there's an icon missing here, that's the Huntress. That opens up the battleground for ghouls again a little bit. We are on 6 wisps right now.
A player's forces are under attack.
But we need upgrades. Ironically, Pastor needs lumber. I'm pretty sure he did this on purpose.
Hello there.
And thought I wouldn't notice. Hey, WHD King Size, thank you for the sub. Unholy Aura, 10% movement speed, no, 7.5% movement speed buff instead of 5, which I still think is wrong. Okay. Pastor cuts a couple of wisps, but it seems to be enough. But this is upgraded bears. Wow. Slow pain, thank you.
The town is under siege.
Yes, Hawk. Oh my god. 2-2. Fuck my life.
Players' forces are under siege.
Okay, trying to counter the bears with the worm. This is pretty common with this army comp. Alright, nice timing with the worm coming out with the first death throw. Boom! Bye-bye bears. This hasn't changed. And again, Hustler Zero combo is pretty damn bad versus air. Oh, life drain! It cancels when you TP, and that's the demon unto dead. Oops. GG XD. Okay. Hunts look strong. Lumber looks good. I think you can cut wisps later on for sure. Would have loved to see this with the panda, but guard movement speed noticeable. Probably not unplayable. Now I'm curious. Oh, has to rewind. Oh, it's still unplayable. Night of still unplayable. How dare he counters my hunts with air, right? Oh. Haster, do we need more lumber? How do the Gargs feel for you, Echo? I don't think there's too much takeaway for Undead. Did you skip Ritual Dagger because of the changes? Yeah, take a look at B Cup. How far we are, because of course we don't want to miss Lola at focus. Gargs feel fine versus Night Elf. Could be noticeable versus Human and Orc more. And there was no Naga or Drunken Haze, right? I just didn't need Dagger. Okay. I can play 1-2 if you want. Kevin, Teko, you want to play? It should be a good match. One game on PTR. What changed for Naga? Nothing, but... Man, 15 minutes only. Shit. Nothing, but it would be a more normal setup, right? I'm eating with mom. Hey, okay, what can I say? What can I say against that? Mommy is important. Greetings. I don't know if anyone else is on your level, Kevin. But thanks. I can play one. Oh, nice. Okay, B2W test. B2W test. Thank you, Lemes. Thank you, Kevin. You guys are awesome. What? What? For real? For real? Nice. Clown. 3, 2, 1, go! Alrighty, Night Elf versus Human. Oh my god, there's so many implications. I said Pally Rifle is dead, has never been strong versus Night Elf. Anyway, let's see it getting deleted by Kevin Warcraft 3. Enigma Zach, thank you for the sub. Let the hunt begin. Alrighty. Is Professor Lemus... I mean, is that even a question? Of course, he's still going Pally Rifle. For Lich Nova, I couldn't really tell the difference. It's a deserved change. I agree. Tech started at the dizzy guy in chat. Ooh, Keeper of the Groover. Okay, gets a little bit more HP on level 5. That's not that meaningful, but attack speed of Treants has been buffed. It reads the other way, but it's actually been buffed. So there's a little bit more damage, which should certainly help against Pally Rifle, because the damage type is advantageous versus rifles. And there's no display.
Players' forces are under attack.
So changes here so far. Treants attack faster. Paladin heals slower with a 6-second cooldown instead of 5. Why Scout? Waste of lumber. LOL! As if he can't spare the lumber. Nice. Shout out to the two for doing this. Militia have been nerfed a little bit for less armor, but Professor Lemus has already adjusted to the PTR. There you go. 3 armor instead of 4. We're still waiting for the first vampiric potion. Still no tech. But it's a Huntress build. It's a Huntress build! It's a 3-minute tech Huntress build.
A player's forces are under attack.
So yeah, Kevin has always been stronger with the Keeper than with the Demon Hunter, I'd say. Oh, look at the Treants go. Wait. Gatling gun. Gatling trees. I think this is justified. That was a cool little change, actually. I think Treants are certainly counterable. A little help for them is nice. Oh, gripping techniques. Let's see if that has an impact. Lower armor, minus 6% EHP. Plus the poison. We've already seen some peasants lost here and there, even with like Starbucks. Oh, snap. Love to see it. That gets punished quite a bit. Lumber 4. Yep. Of course he can afford the Lumber 4 expansion. We should just put an infinite sign in the overlay for Night Elf Lumber. Save some CPU resource cost. So far, since we don't have tier 2 and Blood Mage, we don't really see the impact, right? Kevin is done with tier 2.
A player's forces are under attack.
In a bit. Huntress Tech and Expo, still 400 gold. Yep. Oh, what we got? No Vampiric Potion. Ay, ay, ay.
A player's forces are under attack.
So, I'm curious about that Blood Mage. Fire Lord second. Okay. A shutdown technique for Pally Rifle. And here's the upgrade. Heavy armor. Piercing damage reduced by 1/3. From 30 damage to 20 roundabout per shot. Instant kill. Oh, there's more Entangle coming. This timing sounds good. So, let's see the impact of lesser healing. I don't think the leash duration is that impactful. Kevin plays this nice. Shouldn't overreact, of course. Pally Rifle wasn't that great versus human to begin with. Alright, let's see. Yeah, there's so many changes in these interactions now, it's kind of crazy. But, it very much feels like one is not doing damage. Hunts into Pally Rifle was pretty goddamn terrible. Yeah. But Keeper's still good. Firelord's still good. Kevin is just massing hunts, right? Oh, a hunt just fell. They can die, everybody. They're mortal. But Keeper Firelord is also an amazing combo to Paladin Blood Mage. And it might just be 1 second on the Holy Light, but it truly is noticeable. Because you can cast it like 7 times. Yep, Anka's same. Yeah, the 1 second seems like a lot. Of course, we can't judge Banish yet. Oh, we can't judge Banish yet because it's not level 2. Thank you for getting rid of that archer. I think this unit is not supposed to be in this match anymore. Yeah, this is why I said like the range duration for Siphon isn't that meaningful. Can still just stand in the middle of everything. Hunt start with 2 armor. Yeah, that's what I... Did I say it in my presentation? I think I did. That's why they have a higher armor value. And they're super fast, right? That helps against rifles as well. Lem is somewhat holding his ground. Soon banish. Nice of Kevin to allow us this. Or might... Maybe not? Ah. Every Pala rifle hater's dream. The bouncy glaives, of course, an uber hard counter to this. As you really only want single target damage on your rifles to be able to heal against that. Yes. There's a couple of hunts still going down, so I think people are a bit... They are a bit over dramatic, but in this interaction, like, they're still crazy. Reads around. Banish? Oh, then there's Entangle. Doesn't help that much, does it? Boink! Hashtag GG new meta. Yep. Completely riding over this strategy. Yeah, that's a hard counter now. That is a hard counter now. Zorks might be good with without Archmage Aura. They run out of slow fast. Yep. That was rough. Yeah, this is a hard counter. Like, Hunt's hard to counter this strategy from start to finish. Not from start to finish, but the start is too slow for Pally Rifle. So from after start to finish. Imagine one bear for roar. Yeah, but I mean, nobody will play this anymore, right? Pally Rifle was not strong against Night Elf. Now there's an additional hard counter layer to it. It shouldn't change much. Jet Life for real. Thank you for the Prime. Yeah, the real test of strength, I think, for the Hunts is versus Undead. And versus Orc especially. It increases Hunter's effective HP versus piercing at tier 2 from 448 to 672. Not unkillable, but you know 50% HP buff. Yeah, I think I did a test with rifles. At the moment, one rifle shot is 30 damage. Now with the upgrade, it's 20. Oh. Comeback TV's Funka is here. You legend, dude. Thank you for the Prime sub. Our little channel getting your Prime. Merci beaucoup. Oh, of course, man. When there's a chance to get more people streaming Warcraft, I'm always there. Setting up the War 3 hype. Hell yeah. Oh, it's such an interesting time. Such an exciting time. Glad you're with it. And glad you're having fun with the game. That's most important, right? I mean, we always have to look at numbers and all, but who would have thought that with the release of Stormgate, Zero Space, Tempest Rising, the most hyped RTS game is Warcraft 3. I'll get back on the ladder soon. Ooh, sweet. Let me know if you want to do a show match at some point. Yeah, so many tournaments, so many streamers, so many legends coming into the game, even if it's just for 2 weeks or so. Oh my god, 1-0. Just threw a 2-0 lead, you goddamn idiot! Well, Blade, a person that we boycott, just advanced into the lower bracket semifinal. So we'll only have one game today, which is coming up next. How to play PTR on War 3 Champions. You can go to War 3 Champions, click on the on the swords, open a game, test, and then you select the map that says PTR balance, and then you can play there. It's Sock vs. Blade first. Cool. But there must be something else we can cast. Let's take a look. Ooh, the Bonchwa TV people are playing. The Red Panda is playing. So, as you might know, Grubby has a new invitational. I think we're done with like patch talk. Grubby has a new invitational. This time with creators from the RTS bubble or the strategy game bubble. We got Tommy K, who's one of our viewers. Really, really cool. Dude is popping off today. Dude got a fever. Dude is sick. But dude is slaying people on ladders. 7-1, my dude. Really, really, really cool. The legendary Viper, the best Age of Empires player there's ever been, is continuing his journey. Had a solid start. Lakari is a goddamn grinder. And he got coaching yesterday where he learned a lot. Don't underestimate Lakari. Loco had a bit of a head start. He started a bit earlier than everybody else. You know, he's one of these dudes that always has the homework, always does the extra job. Oh, I had a little bit of an addendum here, Mr. Teacher. But okay, climbing as well. And Leon, aka Red Panda, had a rough start yesterday, but everybody on War 3 Champions has a rough start. I think he also had like not too much experience with the game, like at all. And the first day is frustrating. So we'll take a look if today gets better. Tasteless with terror coaching is crashing quite hard. But once he'll understand, man, he'll pop off. He'll pop off for sure. This is not too uncommon. This will get fine in maybe a day. Haven't seen too much of Turin or T90. So these guys surely have a jump start. There is a tour. Yeah, I think we figured out today what the account is. Turin did play on Battle.net. I saw that too in his streams. But yeah, let's see what Bonjour Red Panda can do. He's playing Orc. He started with the Blade Master. It feels like every Orc player starts off with the Blade Master and then realizes, oh my god, that's tough. Have to implement his nickname here. Red Panda. Orc. Who are we playing against? Edmond Dantes. Edmond Dantes. United States. 4-3 champions. Hey. Yeah, overlay doesn't want to enter anything anymore. Here we go. All right, let's see if there was some progress. It says Poncho Kevin. Huh? Red Panda versus Edmund Dantes. There we go. I think it would be super cool to have the current roster versus OnlyFans. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, Leon. Red Panda's name is Leon. We met each other already a couple of times in either Stormgate or Battle Aces. Is the PTR tournament today? No, it's Thursday. So, Edmond Dantes. This is like 700 MMR? 750? Goes with the Pally rifle. Probably not optimized. I'm very glad to see Leon go Farseer. Especially as a new player who never played much.
A player's forces are under attack.
This should be way easier to handle. The fact that it's a range hero makes it a lot easier. Makes it a lot easier because you don't have to be in range and can disengage faster. You have summons. Summons make everything easier. And I think especially on lower MMR, being the one that is pressuring helps a ton, especially in this matchup. And yesterday, yep, 5 to 6 games were pretty brutal for him. But he figured that out quickly. Oh, 750 MMR move. Blocking off the base. Bro, I swear these guys, if you time travel and sent them into WCG 2002, they'd win. I'm really impressed with this arc of players on how quickly they understand things. Like in the last arc with the WoW and variety streamers, it was oftentimes their first RTS, right? So you had to explain the very, very basics. These guys, they've played strategy games for the past decade. So you don't have to explain a stop command or hold position, but rather have to explain the units and interactions and specifics of Warcraft III. Like, this is a summon, you can dispel a summon. Like, there's no indicator for this, right? I always thought about this, how you send a mediocre 2025 player to the early days and they would do good. Hell yeah, we figured this game out so much. Especially creeping. Creeping is on a whole different level than back then. And of course that is normal. Yeah. I mean, in an abstract way, electricity wasn't discovered or tamed, I guess, too long ago in like the history of mankind. And now we have like nuclear reactors and shit. It's similar. Once you figure out how to manipulate a creep, you get levels way faster, and then you have different timings, etc, etc, etc. But yeah, the knowledge and execution of a 750 MMR player is really impressive these days. When players are across the world from each other, what server is this played on? Are there servers in the middle? So, if you play on regular Battle.net, there is 5 servers. So either you're lucky or you're not. Either you have a huge ping advantage or a huge ping disadvantage. If you play on Warcraft III Champions, which is where the entire community is playing, well, most of the community is playing, we have 30 servers, so there's a way better chance to find a fair host. And both players have fair conditions. So, Mr. Rat Panda, our streamer colleague, discovered Pally Rifle yesterday for the first time. And also noticed how ridiculous it can be on the perfect patch. So, he's finding solutions, I think.
A player's forces are under attack.
Is going for a beastery, for ensnare, got the Shadow Hunter out to Hex before the healing, and it's working fine. Like yesterday, there was no real solution available to him because he didn't know how this works, how the interactions work. Today, so much better. We gotta say, this is a very, 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 very late tech by the human player, and no Blood Mage makes the strategy quite weak in comparison to with the Blood Mage. But yeah, learning effect by Leon, absolutely noticeable. And he got an advantage in the middle of the game. Boom, slaps down a Great Hall. Exactly as you should. If you have an advantage, get further ahead. He's not falling into the trap of going casters. I like that. I don't know if people told him, if he had some coaching. But army composition is good. So this is, I guess, the first things to figure out, right? How to maneuver on the map. And what to go for. And to identify what is the opponent going for.
Player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, there was a pretty famous grubby game against Starbuck that also moved away from the Orc casters against Orc. Basically the same army composition as this, with a couple of twists that will have influenced the meta quite a bit. Number 1 influencer after all. Yeah, yesterday I gotta say I was a bit worried for Red Panda. I think he was a little like he got a reality check. that Warcraft is very, very, very different from every other RTS, basically. Because of XP, because of heroes, because of items. And how centric it is around the army of your... the army and your hero. Unlike a StarCraft where you maneuver multiple armies and attack here and there and everywhere. And he said he didn't like it too much and that it's not his style of RTS. I thought, oh, that's not a good sign on day one. We still don't have a Blood Mage for poor Edmund. And then you just rip this army apart with the orcs. They have piercing damage, so reduced damage versus medium. That headhunters have, that raiders have. Mr. Edmund is probably falling into a trap of thinking that Pally Rifle is only Pally Rifle. But it's the Blood Mage. It is still funny to me that the most important piece of the Pally Rifle strategy is not part of the name. That was a smart disguise by the Pally Rifle University. I think it's similar to Tasteless. I'm pretty sure Tasteless watched a bit more Warcraft before. I don't worry about Tasteless though. He got Terra. He got a mind for RTS games. He is also working on a lot of basics. That will pay off. I've only seen Tasteless be positive about the game. I watched him a fair bit. Yeah. Nice kill. I agree. Unlike another StarCraft caster, Tasteless is very based. Yeah, Red Panda stomping today. This is unlosable territory here. I'm not talking about his attitude, but he was surprised on how much there is to think about when it comes to multitasking. That's cool, right? Because a lot of people, I think, boil Warcraft down to hero focus. And there is so much. Or the second simple thought is, it's all about micro, nothing dies. Also, Taste is played through the campaign and the other Warcraft campaigns and stuff. Very, very base dude. Like him a lot. Oh, we're going Tauren? Yeah, let's go. We're having fun now. Ah, that's the most important thing, man. That new players, they get an advantage, and then let's just dominate. Why is the human still playing? Hey, for newer players, like, there's no concede button or anything, right? You see this quite a bit. When I started playing first, I thought, oh, is it rude when I leave a game? There's no indicator. Hey, you're like 40 supply behind. You got no chance to win this game anymore. Give up, bro. How would you know? GG. Okay, now he knows. Good to see Leon. Let's go. Big improvement. Ah, Farseer is so much better for him. For the at the beginning. Awesome. Good to see. Viper is playing as well, huh?
Just gonna kill the mirror first. So
Viper's still on his Blade Master arc.
No, he turned me into a thing.
Okay, legendary Age of Empires player. Still, I think, highest in earnings.
What you want me killed?
Not like world champion anymore.
Better safe than sorry, I suppose.
For a couple of years. But I think still number one in earnings. So, pretty similar to Moon, probably.
Now we're going creep.
Is that fair for people who are
Bestiary.
Age of Empires 2 players? Or scene followers?
Can I take on this? Don't know, but I'm going to try.
And let's remember, when Moon dibbled into Stormgate for a show match, it didn't look too hot either.
E2W40.
Let's go, Settlers Troy.
At this point.
Oh, it's not the Blade Master. It's also Farseer. Sorry, I saw a Blade Master and thought
Arena regen, sure. Who you wanna kill?
everybody says that Viper is the biggest favorite. We'll see about that. Don't underestimate my boy Loco. Nah. But 12 wins, 15 losses, that's quite nice.
Agility, that's good for this guy. I am learning. Let's do that.
And yeah, he clearly has a talent for RTS, right? I mean, that's undoubtable. Always the question how quickly that translates.
Clause of attack. I think I want that for
Would love Lakari to do well because he genuinely loves the game. Coach him,
this
Uncas.
guy. But I have inventory is full. Give that to him. Okay.
Yeah, that, like, Viper is surely...
Upgrades.
Like, he's the
I might
dandy
be
of this time,
Valuing upgrades. Because of my,
but might get even more extreme.
because of my
I feel like there's a couple of hurdles
AoE background.
for players like this that were super dominant world champions in another game.
That's very
If a couple of things click,
He has some
through the
raids as
roof.
well.
it was similar,
I am
like,
making,
very
bets
different level, but similar to Hearthstone.
by accident. Oh, I'm trapped. Oh shit, I don't have the ability to get out really. I think he probably targeted too much. We got him! We got him!
Let's go!
Hog!
Ah, not yet, not yet,
No, I
not
didn't
yet.
get him. I'm stupid. Oh, I think I'm
Fighting without level 3 is probably an issue. You don't want that, especially in
Lost
Mirror.
too many units there. And I'm gonna lose him as well. Oops. Okay, he's trying to block. He's failing.
I think Loco is gonna own the tournament. He played the most
this.
similar game there is to Warcraft at a high level. Oh, what is that game?
I wonder if I can get away even. Look,
Are
I have
illusions on the Blade Master
speed
actually
boots.
good now? I see it a lot in low levels. Oh boy. In the beginning, they're pretty bad, but good for creeping. Because they take all the damage. And then you can skip a shop and skip the heal salves. That saves you a lot of gold. And later on, when the Blade Master is like level 4 and got some items, they're really good. So there's like 2 layers to the spell. Also, you can dodge attacks when you cast Mirror Image. You can scout a lot with Mirror Image. It's really good, but it takes some time to get online. So in the beginning, you're quite weak. Absolutely creeping boost. Yeah, later it's a monster. Yep, exactly. So, for example, if a Mountain King uses a Stormbolt, you can use Mirror Image and then the Stormbolt doesn't hit you if you're really, really good. That's very nice as well. It's a cool new way of playing Blade Master. Like Manta Star. Exactly, dude. Exactly. And I think for low level players, it's not that easy to figure out which one is the real one. Experienced players, of course, realize it quickly, but then they still take up damage or soak up damage. That was a really good change. And the power level gets a bit reduced in the upcoming patch, which is also.
Oh god, I'm just diving in here. What's happening?
Oops. Little misposition. Can he get out?
Oh shit.
Oh, no TP.
I didn't realize my hero was trapped. I'm blind. I didn't actually see that.
Nice to see that this happens to other people as well and not just for me.
I could have healed him as well. This is a disaster. I feel like I should run back.
Yeah, without a TP, that's rough. Running away from raiders is tough.
Where's his hero? I can't see.
Wow. That game turned around
Oh, I
quickly.
should have used that as well. Okay, I'm dead now, I think. I'm just gonna run back. Because I don't know what's happening.
Fighting during attack, rarely a good idea, because you invested into that technology. And it didn't pay off yet.
It's probably just...
For a second, I thought you'd be watching Starbuck. Little different, little different.
I also should do that upgrade for safety.
Mr. Apeman, hello, hello.
The one where
We
I
see
get,
Red Panda improving big
extra
time.
defenses on my things. That one, let's call it.
Yeah, maybe we jinxed him.
Because I didn't realize what happened there.
Maybe we jinxed him. Sorry, Viper.
I think his hero levels.
Yeah, hero levels, dude. He realizes this immediately. The fight of level 2 versus level 3 is really good. Any advice how to use mouse buttons for inventory hotkeys? There is a tool called Auto Hotkey. Can I copy this from here? Download the inventory hotkey. You can get it here. Hard life. It's a bit complicated, but once you have to set this once you set this up, it's fine. It's not super convenient, but there should be some quality documentation on it. Wait, there's a guide called Get Started. It's a bit outdated, but I think it gives a good tutorial for this. Community made tools. Oh, it is updated actually. Middle section of this link teaches you how to use auto hotkey. Yes. So this link explains it. Improved custom hotkey setup by WTVR. And then you go to change inventory items and other hotkeys with auto hotkey. Tommy is streaming again, dude? He was streaming this morning at like 9. That's impressive. Bro's making good progress as well. Dude, these guys, that's so sick, man. They're playing for like 4 days or so. Maybe a bit more. But they are pulling rock golem creeps. Are you kidding me? Took people 20 years to figure this out. Now they're pulling rock golem creeps. Sock is 1-0 up versus Blade, by the way. Tommy has 150 games on Warcraft III Champions. He's also watching a lot of Back to Warcraft content. That automatically makes you a way better player, obviously. Let's see. I know he plays some music. Ah! I'm in the way. I know that Tommy also learned a lot from Soul 8 Man. I think Tommy went like, what was, 9-2 today. Yeah, it's crazy. Really getting a lot better with like Mountain King second. He said Blood Mage is next on the line. He's the cooler version of you. Shut the fuck up. You kidding me? He has a powerful beard though. I cannot lie. I cannot lie. Cooler version. Does he have a... Can't make an argument for myself. True. True. Big true. He has hair. Bro. Unbelievable. Dude, that's a close game. Freaking Entangle. Can't reach. Oh no. He can get some exit kills. Oh, he gets neither. That was unfortunate. All right, can you recover? I don't think there's an expo, Night Elf Expo. Yo, thanks, Alex. Do you have the chat you deserve? I don't feel treated as a god, so no. Nice to scout for an expo, though. And to get the Archmage on the way and not wait 2 minutes to get the Archmage back. Crucial timing right now. Who are we watching? One of Grubby's tournament participants? Yes, this is Mr. Tommy K live. He took a nap and now he takes over the game. Stays at 50. Doesn't have items, right? Ooh, no TP? Oh, he could get caught by Entangle and Dryads. This is risky. If he doesn't have anything on the Mountain King, which I don't think he does. And Naga. This guy and Viper clearly have good understanding and timing of the game. Yeah, I think Tommy is watching us for like 4 to 5 years. I would say. It's our Tommy boy. But just because you watch some games, you don't automatically know every interaction, right? And then it's a whole different thing to, in general, know something. But when you're exposed to a situation in the game, A, you are very overwhelmed microing and controlling everything. So you can't think of this like on the spot because you haven't been exposed to this for like 200 times. Earlier this morning, he was creepjacked by a Farseer on Last Refuge at the mercenary camp. And he tried to fight his way out. He could have relatively simply bought a Shadow Priest and dispel the wolves and heal a little bit. But if you're under pressure and you know that there's a lot of like trouble brewing, as a newer player, you don't think about that immediately. But that's learning effects. And I told him, like, next time Shadow Priest and you're more than fine. He's like, oh yeah, of course, there's a Shadow Priest. He can heal me, he can dispel stuff. Lots of damage on the wolves. Oh my god, that fairy dragon damage. Oh, that's a sick position on the fairies, by the way. Holy. Super well placed by Zuzu. Is Umbra Shura on Reddit Blade? No, he is Agent. Why? Did he make an anti-Back to Warcraft post? Or is he just a dick in general? Very, very good player. Not the friendliest. Yeah, Neo, I get it. I've been watching you for like 2 to 3 years. Now I brought Warcraft last month. Started to play Undead like you. Game looks easier than it seems. Hell yeah. Especially when you play Undead like me.
Is it the time again to shit talk B2W? Here's a secret. Neo shaves his head.
Yo, the crestfallen. Thank you, mate. Always a pleasure having you around. Always good vibes when you're around. Another difference that I see from this round of the Invitational compared to the other, people use their town portals. Oh, that's so good. That is so good to see that people realize the greatness of a town portal. And not lose 60 food to 2 heroes. Yeah, every race has their challenges. Oh, that's a freebie. Ouch. Without Archmage, yo, this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be very rough. But okay, his opponent was hurt. I'm a YouTube coach. Yeah, Tommy said already he watched everything you said about him and it helped him a lot. He's using Dispel. Hell yeah. This level of playing, man, I think Grubby is gonna have such a great time coaching these people. And Grubby's coaching will have infinitely more value to these strategy players than the variety streamers. Because let's be honest, a lot of people could have coached the variety streamers because it was mostly like, this is a hotkey, build units. Now, all these players have a very good understanding of like strategy games. Some more, some less. Ouch! Yeah, he was focused on the fairy dragon, bit overwhelming. So they have a good understanding. They get the basics very quickly, and then Grubby's coaching on top. Gonna be great. Have you seen Lakari's coaching yesterday? I started to watch it, but then I had my own German league that I was casting, so I didn't see much. But that Lakari, bro, I like him a lot. He's like, yo, I'm a night elf. They have a warden. Warden kicks ass. I love her. And he's trying to make her work. I love this. Against all odds. He is fucking shit up with that warden. 1-1, bro. See you soon. Aye, aye, aye. Some good, some bad there. Of course, hero losses, right? It kind of boils down to hero losses. This game. But being sick, having fever, coughing all the time, and going 9-3 on Warcraft 3 champions, bro. That's quite sick. I'm so impressed with all these players. And it's pretty much what I said at the big, like when Grubby announced the players. It's so cool that it's not the same. That it's not the same lessons again. It's also for the viewers, right? The viewers learned with the players. While watching Guzu and Ani and Sun Glitters, etc. For a little bit of advanced techniques, they watched Dandy probably. Dandy and Foggy. But this is the next arc. I'm looking at the B Cup. This will still take some time. I see our bro Funka is starting his stream. Let's give him a shout out. Comeback TV. Very, very big streaming group in France. Shout out Funka TV. They're starting to stream Warcraft as well. Love to see it. Frenchcraft is around. Hopefully there's going to be a collab. I just bought Reforged. Haven't played RTS in 3 years. How do you suggest I get back in? How much time? Pas de problème. Have you played the campaign in the last 20 years? Or 10 years, 5 years. If not, campaign is such a great experience. Campaign is so good. If you are more of a multiplayer person, I'd say just play a couple of games against computer easy. Figure out what race you want to play. Just experiment a little bit. In one-on-one against computer easy. I also have 10 years of StarCraft. Okay, you figure out a race. If you don't want to play the campaign because it's too time consuming, maybe. You figure out a race and then you get some guides on warcraft-gym.com. They are a bit older, but the majority of that still stays true. That's the page. And there's a section for every race, and there's beginner strategies, for example, for human, beginner guide, rifle caster. And that teaches you this strategy. And with that, you start to beat the computer. And then you first beat computer easy, then you beat computer normal, then you beat computer insane, and then you're ready for multiplayer. That'd be my advice, I think. All right, taking another look at the Viper up against Peter Vollgas. Nice name. Build orders are overrated. I don't know a single one. That's why you suck at one-on-one and even in FFA. I mean, when was the last time you won? Maybe you should learn a build order, Lelu. Still my goat. Still my goat. Interesting to see, to me, that Viper is experimenting with heroes between Farseer and Blade Master. I don't know if he has a pattern. I haven't watched a lot of his games yet. Against Undead, I feel is always tricky just because of the burst damage. It's such a unique... Or 6 silence. It's such a unique part of the game. I don't know if there's anything in Age of Empires that prepares you for this. I am very clueless about Age of Empires as a competitive game, to be honest. That blade should be dead. It is. Again, we tune in, he loses the game. Hi, yi, yi. Viper said that he tries random stuff just for the experience. All right, that's fair. Yeah, get to know the game. Get to know the game. Very important. There's a race in AoE 4 that gathers experience and levels up. Yeah, but like, is there anything that does nearly as much damage to a unit than Coil Nova, for example? Onaga? Siege Onagas can one-shot an army! That sounds broken. Okay, so there is a concept like this. That's good. It's much more how a demo does to ghouls. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I can imagine. I don't know what that is, but it's a huge. Yeah, I thought. Yeah. I get what you're saying, Chad. I understand you by now. Even though you're oftentimes a little weird. We understand each other. So am I. Early bombard cannon push is similar to Destro push. Very different as well. We aren't weird. Dondo. Let's be honest. We have people in the community that speak in HUD. We have people in the community that yell all the time and want to burn people. We're very weird. We are. Chat matches the streamer. That is oftentimes correct. That's the nowadays equivalent to you are what you eat.
They use his abilities, which makes a lot of sense.
Let's see.
There's a Dark Ranger in the background, and wait, he was level 3 already. I guess he needs to be tier 3 to get the destroyers, right?
Yep.
And then he has the Lich hiding in the background. Maybe I should have focused on the Lich.
What is this orc army? Oh, this undead army.
Can play super greedy and expand faster while farming. Aggression is low at start on base generally. Against undead, you mean? Because like I started targeting. I'm like, okay, he has the statues things and a destroyer. I feel like, oh, I have to kill those first. But someone said that if I kill the ghouls here, I win this fight. You focus the statues and destroyers. But that's what I tried to do. But then someone else told me I should just kill the ghouls first.
Yeah, I would also say ghouls.
They have very low HP, just 340. So
you can kill them quicker and they destroy ground. I would say ghouls. But that's usually easier to do with AoE and fast.
Even if the hero specializes not strength, specialization only gives them.
So I guess you go for statues with the blade. You try to stomp ghouls and focus them with headhunters and pray. Pets and owners are similar, also true. This is a very specific kind of people, for example, who own a snake or a tarantula. I would suggest A-click ground and let fate decide. That's why you're a night elf, Ankus. That's why you're a night elf.
If I had like 3 or 4 grunts here, then I could have probably jumped on some units if I wanted to. So yeah, here I should just A-moved, let my heroes, micro my heroes, and then like pull back units if they get hurt. Yeah, I could have sent a blade to charge at his statues to force him to...
Exactly.
I mean, I could do that. But I got so locked in on this destroyer. I killed the destroyer. I did pull it down and killed it, but I didn't need to pull it down because I have the headhunters. I was spending time trying to find something to eat with the Kodo Beast. I didn't want to eat a ghoul. That felt like a waste, but I guess I should have.
Yeah, I think in those fights, devouring is very secondary. What you can devour is a ghoul that doesn't have too much value. It's a nice addition, but everything else holds more value.
But I still lose this fight. I guess I'm debated by my mirror images, maybe. Where his ghouls are dealing damage. He has so many low HP ghouls. I could have just sniped them quickly.
Devouring ghoul is good, but yeah. But if you're in your first week of playing the game, would you put emphasis on using Devour against the ghoul fight?
That was such a bad stomp. Yeah, the headhunters were chasing as well. It was a big mistake.
Like, if you have the choice between target statues and use a Devour.
That's just what I wanted to see.
And then you need to spend 5 hours on PO micro in the goal line. All right. Dude, he's just playing one after the next, right? So I think it's cool to see that Viper is not stomping through the ladder. That it takes time even for him to learn the game. Appreciate that. I take a look at B Cup. Oh, Sock is leading 2-0. Let's go. Then we get closer to our match of the day. The backseat drives me nuts in the chats. I mean, it's understandable though, isn't it? A lot of people in those chats might have played 10, 15, 20 years ago and still got their knowledge from there. Game has changed a lot. But they might not know this. Is T90 good at AoE? I don't know AoE too much. I would say if you compare it to StarCraft 2, he's between Hearthstone and Loco, closer to Hearthstone level, like top 80 maybe? Well, then not closer to Hearthstone. Hearthstone is still like top 25. So maybe like a Carson in Warcraft, maybe? So very good, but not close to the top. Ooh, Leon is playing again. Red Panda and Bonchwa. Let's go. Of course, that is German language. So let's just see what he does. Isn't it nice to see that every player is using control groups? I think every player is using control groups. Let's see if that is true. Farseer TC Mirror. Nice. Oh, good. Disengage if he has a heal wave. Nice save. Lots of gold, but there was a fight. That's kind of fine for now, for day 2. Yeah, I think it's Orc. It's kind of hard to realize you have to get heal selves like all the time. It honestly doesn't look like 1200. Like, right? This isn't even 1200. Wait, what was his MMR? He was at 900, or he is at 864. He got whooped yesterday. Oh, the next step of evolution. Cracking towers. Using Invopod for the engagement. Nice. Super nice. Not afraid of towers. Great. Yeah, complete ownage. He's so much better than yesterday. What the fuck? Did he get coaching as well somehow? I don't think so, right? Damn. Little celebration. I like. Yeah, yesterday was pretty deflating, as the start on War 3 Champions always is, right? But he's getting there. Who are we watching? Red Panda. No coaching yet. He wants to learn basics first. Yeah, I heard that yesterday, but I thought maybe his mind changed because, like, obviously his opponents are getting easier as well with every game. But good decision, good concept. Like, it's not just his opponent is getting weaker and that's it. You know? Like, I see that he starts to understand the game. Drawing comparisons to, like, from other games. Like, in a MOBA, I guess, you'd engage similar. I'm surprised that T90 agreed to join the tourney. For many years, I was thinking that this man only lives and breathes AoE. I would join something like this for another game. I'd be horrible, of course. Bro, I would be so bad at StarCraft. Holy shit. But like, League or something? If there's a low-level streamer League competition, I'd join that. I'd grind. I can coach you in SC2. I'd rather put rusty nails in my eyes than having you coach me. You'd have so much fun to just shit on me all the time. I saw you I heard you coach Disengage. That would break me mentally. Yeah, you'd have way too much fun and I'd be way too miserable. What race would you play in StarCraft? Zerg, of course. I always go for the race which main base is looking like my flat. So I play Undead and I play Zerg. I know that this would not be an ideal race for me at all. By the way, it very much looks like Sock is winning right now. Yep. Very good. To see a top 4 performance of Sock again, very nice. Is there a class tier list for the new patch? Night Elf, Night Elf, Night Elf, Night Elf, Orc. Nothing, 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 nothing. Human Undead. But this will not go through that way. Very clear. We don't have to talk about it right now, guys, really. It will change maybe next week. I think I've said it all. It's very, very interesting how much of a unison is the community in regards to these patches. Everybody had the same feedback towards PTR 1. Kind of everybody has the same feedback towards PTR 2. It seems very clear. And then, of course, there's differences in the people that focus on one-on-one or 4v4 or FFA. But that's normal. I mean, if the Night Elf Discord leader is saying Night Elf will be strong next patch, you know what time it is. Why everybody complains about everything? That's the Warcraft community core. That is so not true. That is so not true. Let's go to Reddit. Let's go to Reddit to see if that's true. This change is great. This might be OP, but I welcome the creativity. These changes seem to be spot on. I agree. Personally really excited. Such a shakeup is cool. Great and thematic suggestion. Love this. Love the idea too. Okay, that's the bottom thingy here. Could be good, but needs testing. It's not whining. Like, this just, oh, guys, this is risky. This is a understanding comment, like lack of understanding of the patch notes. I have no idea how these will play out. I don't know enough, but I want to say before all the complaints starts, it is pretty awesome to see these patches still have creative gameplay changes rather than simple number tweaks. Insane loud cat noises. These changes are so fun. Note the effects. Looks kinda cool. Happy they were willing to make such a change. Huntress change Pog. Playing Huntress is fun. OMG. In a good way. Cool changes here. Pretty exciting. As a Night Elf player, I should be grateful, but at the glance, PTR update may be overbuffing Night Elf. So, you know, it's not this race bias, not too much. Great that Blizzard is listening to us. First iteration left us wanting more, for sure. Otherwise, I love the overall experimentalism I see. Hopefully, if something happens to be broken, will be addressed. So, yep. So, is that enough to see that it's not just whining? People are appreciative of this. People hated on the previous one that didn't have a lot of experimental. On the Battle.net forums. Wonder Brown. Why are you wasting your precious time and headspace with Battle.net forums? As long as Captain Jack is still active in the Battle.net forums, I am not wasting my time there. No, everybody likes the direction of... Dude, Captain Jack is so crazy. Is like the most fascinating community figure we have, I think. So yeah, first PTR was shit. Second PTR is interesting. First PTR, people shit on the PTR. Second PTR, people like it. With warning signs. Sock has won, by the way. Whoop, whoop. 3-0. So we can cast some pro Warcraft now. Maybe Night Elf will be able to win a tournament this patch? No. No chance. They might win the PTR tournament on Thursday. Oh yeah, I should probably say that this is on Thursday and not today. Too lazy now. DH needs a small buff. Ja, genau. That's like saying Kolnova needs a buff. Or ghouls need a buff. Trunks, 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 trunks. Oh, what do we got? We got some food advertising, huh? I missed the War3 Polish forums back in the day. They were so much fun. I can only imagine the tone in those forums, man. Bro, the thing of DH is that people think he's broken because he's always played. He's just always played because the rest of the elf heroes are just not good. Are you kidding me, bro? Are you arguing that the Demon Hunter is not a good hero? Are you really arguing that the Demon Hunter is not a good hero? Tanky versus physical as fuck, takes mana away, burns everything to a crisp, creeps in seconds, dodges attacks, has one of the best ultimates in the game, and scales like a madman because of agility, is not a good hero? Bro, did you hit your head? I'm a TH fetishist. Yeah, Night Elves not winning is not a Demon Hunter problem. Maybe evasion should give magic immunity. And he should be ranged. You know, maybe his base form should be Metamorphosis. All right, we get a game, boys. We get a game. Soon. What the hell? How is this? Oink. I think we can get rid of that. EBC. There we go. Zip. Did you know that DH is the most nerfed hero in Warcraft history? Yeah, because he deserved it. And he's still so good. 300, like, mana burn was insane back then. 100 mana burn on level 1. Yes, of course. Bro, you can be lucky the Demon Hunter wasn't nerfed or that the nerf is reverted. Don't ask for buffs on a Demon Hunter. That's unreasonable. See, that's the problem with you Night Elves. You Night Elves get an infinite lumber glitch. You get Huntresses made out of concrete. And then you are still in the chats and asking for more. You know who you are? You are these. I don't know if that's a thing for non-Germans. But this is the Night Elves. It's called Raupe Nimmersatt. She eats and eats and eats and eats and eats and eats and eats. And then for some reason she turns into a beautiful butterfly. And I don't remember the details of this. But she's always eating. The hungry, hungry caterpillar. Okay, so it does translate. It's just like BBC. Exactly, man. Oh, Mr. Vez, very funny today. This book is probably in most major languages. I don't know that, dude. I just know that I grew up with it, and I don't know who wrote it and how famous it is. Unbelievable. Fucking Night Elves. I'll blame you if we don't win tournaments next patch. I'll come back and say it's because you didn't buff DH. It doesn't matter if we buff the DH or not. You can do this. You can put 2000 HP on the Demon Hunter and 17 armor and you would still find a way to lose him. And you know it. Oh shit, I think I have to join a game. I completely forgot that we have a game. We will lose him in a Zeppelin then. See? You're already thinking about it. They would immediately complain how much moon juice he's using up. Caribbean, and this is why you have a VIP badge. This is why you have a VIP badge. Oh, I have to patch KK. That might take a bit. Bro, if you Night Elves ask for more buffs, it's not gonna be good for you. Next patch video is coming. I was very friendly towards you on PTR 1. I am gently warning about Night Elf strength on PTR 2. You don't want me as your enemy for PTR 3. Be careful, Night Elf people. Warning. Game has started. We can join in 3 minutes. Let's have some fun, Beard. You are obviously talking to Nabu, which is never a good thing. Yeah, have some fun. Have some fun before my PTR 3 video. Enjoy the 5 days, 6 days, whatever it's going to be. It's going to be the only time of the year where you have fun. It's my personal responsibility now. Okay, from now on, I'm an elf player. Please buff DH. Trunks, I talked about this for an hour at the beginning of the day, and now I'm done with patch talks. I will not comment anymore. I said everything that's relevant right now. I'm done. I did my duty. You can all make your own posts and your own videos. I'm done. Until the next update. Okay, we're gonna recap in a little. Then we're gonna get an introduction to today's game. Pretty hyped for that, actually. 3 hours and 20 minutes just talking. Today's a fun game. Give Huntress mana burn and we're fine. Fuck you, Trunks. But creative direction. That is a suggestion that I haven't heard before. So I think the bouncy glaives should be like spellbreaker attacks, right? So everything a glaive touches gets its mana burned. That is a wonderful idea. That is a wonderful idea. Goddamn Night Elf people. Okay, game starts, everybody. The very, very first match of the day and the only. This is B Cup 17. This is $8,300 on the line. It is one of the most prestigious and highest paying tournaments that we got in the entire scene. In the winner bracket, we have the same winner bracket final as last season with Starbuck and Happy. We have the rise of the Koreans in the lower bracket, though. China has been completely eliminated by Blade earlier. 1-0 was the last remaining one. Sok then took him out. So we need one more player in the final four. And it's the last Night Elf against the last Orc. Starbuck, Happy, Sok, Supremacy, Lawlight and Focus still alive. These two are battling each other for pretty much a decade. And it's so close between them. It goes back and forth. Career wins and losses is 78 for Lawlight, 75 for Focus, who clearly has the better end of the stick on this patch. Currently also the strongest Orc. Lawlight was not in good shape for quite some time. Now he's back in tremendous shape. So is Focus, though. Taking a map off of Happy was very impressive. Lawlight wasn't ready for Starbuck on map 1 and 2. That changed later in the series, but there it was too late. So whoever wins 3 maps is done for today and advances into the top 4 versus Sok. Let's see where this goes. I did not put the tournament name on the overlay. B Cup 17. Ay, 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 ay. B Cup 17. There you go. Who's the favorite here? I'm not too sure. Focus already has defeated a Night Elf in Moon yesterday. And also Sini in this lower bracket 2. Night Elf wins 3-0, 3-2. To be honest, against Moon, it was a lot closer. This, of course, gives Lolliot some game tape to prepare for. Focus was even styling a little bit on Cini, at least, with Demolishers. That was hella impressive and looked really good. So with this creative orc build order, I wonder if that's doable. We have a Blade Master Demon Hunter opener as so often. Shop, tech, Lawlight. Wanted to go for the shop 3, but then he saw, oh, he figured me out. This might be a little bit too risky. We'll see how this is impacting the game and what the direction these guys are going in. Standard is, of course, Dryad Bears with the Keeper of the Grove second, countered by Raiders, Kodos, and a lot of Spirit Warriors. That is when both players unfold the regular strategies. There's some path that can lead you off of it, like an expansion at any given time. Tech running here, tech running there. Very much a stalemate situation. Ey, Jan Unterstrich, Unterstrich. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Blade Master wants to disrupt the Demon Hunter creeping. Demon Hunter doesn't want to be disrupted here. And trying to be safe. Goliath has made it an effort to not lose the Demon Hunter like any other Night Elf recently. And he's been very successful with it. So far, we've not seen Lawliot in this matchup. It was mostly Night Elves, then Labyrinth as an Undead, and then Starbucks Human. And yeah, this looks like a reinvigorated Lawliot who at times played like 2020. When it was his time to shine in especially Dream Hacks. Focus might be overcommitting here, but good saves. I was really impressed with his plays versus Moon yesterday most of the time. It was a very close series, but in game 5, he was the cooler head of the two. Didn't make any mistakes. Moon made major mistakes. And that's how he was eliminated. So, Orc creeping with Blade Master Grunt finally gives Lawliot some time to creeping as well. Hunter's Hall, little bit late, but could just incentivize an early attack and an early second hero. But this goes through unpunished. Item is an arc. Will probably be sold for an Invo Potion. Much more impact in a fight. I wouldn't rule out the possibility to see Talons this game. Oh, first exchange. Might need an arc soon. I was told today by Night Elf players that a Demon Hunter is not a good hero. Well, let's see him clean up this entire Orc army. Nicely dancing around it. Block by Focus doesn't work. Oh, Hex to the rescue though. Nice arrival. And with that, the Grunt is saved. Good. The first little engagement between the two, showing both are in good shape. But this is also what the tournament has shown so far. I really wonder why that is, man. The entirety of Korea seems to have a straight up rise in power when it comes to Warcraft 3 today. These days. Promising! Promising first engagement. I was also told today by Night Elf players that evasion needs a buff. I agree with that, maybe. If you're hexed, evasion should work. Because frogs are very slippy. And they are very good at dodging. when you try to catch them. So in that regard, Warcraft 3 is very unrealistic. And that must be... Same could go for chicken, but if you're a seal... Actually, I don't know. I never tried to catch a seal. That guy that turns into a demon needs realism changes. Some people can turn into demons, my friend.
Talk to my wife.
Macho ass. Solid damage output on this blade.
The town is under siege.
Focus is creeping so far very, very good, but Lawlight with an easy cancel on this expo. But as a trade-off, Lawlight is not contesting the middle, and that is one of the biggest and best items on the map. Little bit. Oh, love how he kept the archers back to prevent the expo again. Beauty. Now he's forcing the town portal. The big creeps were already gone. And Lawlight stays on tier 2, huh? Again. The Age of Bears, is it over?
Are under attack.
I've seen a lot of heavy Dryad arms and very, very late bear transitions. If at all. This also results in lower number of walkers, so focus is not falling for it. If you go heavy walkers into Dryads, then of course that is not good for the orc, as they do magic damage, and Dryads are immune to magic damage. Oh, the Kodo eats his way out. Look at that. Burrow, dead, and Tangle to make sure that this Kodo is not getting away, as this is quite a nice trade. Instead of getting the Dryad devoured, he kills the Kodo, takes away the damage boost, and gets the Dryads back. First fight. Blade Master severely hurt, has an Invo Potion though, should be fine. Raiders laying in the damage, have the advantageous armor and damage type against Dryads, but of course suffer from poison. Is that an overcommitment by Lawlight? Maybe. He has a supply lead, but the Blade and the Shadow Hunter, always strong. Nice entangled target, Berserker taken out. Huge XP gain from that. And keeps the Dryad nicely saved in the back. Almost. So yeah, heavy losses on both sides. This is pretty much what we saw, that we've seen yesterday as well. They fight till the very end. On the back of this, no Orc expansion. Ankh or Invo Potion will be triggered. Invo Potion first. I guess we're gonna end up with pretty much only heroes after this brawl. Uses the potion before the Ankh. No, he's not even selling it. I mean, in this brawl, makes sense. Peepa! Oh, he has a TP! Gets it! Blade! One more hit! Mana burn kill to trigger the Ankh. That took a lot of gold away that he could have gotten if he survives and sells it. So, where we're at, 34 food versus 42. How much of that is hurt Dryads, though? Only 2. Moon Juice is a bit empty. New Dryads are coming in. No tier 3 just yet. He has lots of gold, though. Upgrades queued. Yep. Focus has some catching up to do, but his heroes are scaling better. Level 2 crit already. Level 2 heal wave. Solid foundation. Just needs quite a few units. Unkills give no XP, right? Yes, it is. It's not a real kill. So, yes. It just consumes the item. It's your get out of jail free card.
A player's forces are under attack.
Is it time for a Night Elf expansion now? Resources are here.
A player's forces are under attack.
The way to win for orcs in this matchup is either attack towards the base, which the raiders are designed for. No pillage just yet though. Or via hero levels. And Focus probably has decided to go for the hero levels. Expansion is another way to win, but that was shut down twice. There's the retrain. Always the question, what is the best skill build on the Shadow Hunter? As all 3 spells are so amazing.
A town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
Hey, Razor Moon, thank you.
Flying DH. Let's go. Ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 to you too. It is time for playing DH and mana burning. We have the tier 3 transition, and that's always a little bit of a trap for the Shadow Hunter. Like if you see Serpent Wards, Bears can be quite good against it. You take away the element of hero focus with Hex. Hex would be amazing later on if we get to crazy hero levels and Tranquility is a thing, but then there's also lots of Ensnare that you can use against it, so there should be disable anyway. We tried this expansion thingy again, and we set up towers.
The player's forces are under attack.
Snake sticks look so amazing. Look how beauty they are. Focuses on the Demon Hunter, close to 5. Not much to creep anymore on this map, huh? So we got double Invo Potion on the Night Elf heroes. Again, Lolai making an increased effort to keep his heroes alive as they carry him, oftentimes. With the builds right now, Focus staying on tier 2 and Lolai being on tier 3. He's on a timer. Quantity will outshine quality at some point. Holy hell, this Blade Master. Since I have no overlay on KK, what a beast. What a beast! Before the storm, huh? We gotta watch a ward here. Oh damn, you're mining? How much? Oh, it just started. Let me push then. 69 food versus 65, but with the tower support. No Demon Hunter 5 just yet. There's still 2 green spots, but that would also consume some time.
The town is under siege.
So let's go then. We fight away from the towers. Reinforcements will always step into Lawline's back, but maybe he's not opposed to that if it's Raiders first and foremost. Toto was killed immediately. Walker also not in a great spot, but the big problem are Raiders. How fast can you deal with the Raiders? Bears currently not fighting against them. It's Keeper Dryads, and that takes a long time. Demon Hunter in the middle of it all gets another rejuve. Oh boy, you need some help, or the Invo Potion. Mana burn was nice, but can't prevent the next heal potion. It looks like Lolite has the better end of the stick though. Everything is hurt and there's no heal wave left. Blade Master versus Demon Hunter. Invo Potion here, Invo Potion there. Both reign supreme. We still have a Town Portal on the Keeper. That should be fine. Invo Potion again. Blade. Oh, level 5! And the heal wave. He needs more kills. Potion. Focus throws everything into the shop and keeps his hero alive. Holy shit. Crazy hero action between the two. And that cost a lot. Eventually, who was this better for? Lolite still in a prime spot, but expansion is ticking. Woohoo! Evasion needs a buff. If focus holds one more time. Trunks is drunks. If he holds one more time, then focus might win this. We don't have an orb on the Demon Hunter. No Mountain Giant transition. A rather fragile Lolite now. The consumables are all gone on both sides. Demon Hunter. Ooh, 280! That was quite a sick staff, but how does this demon get back now? He got a potion, he got a staff. Okay, that's the way. Bears fighting, but they don't have too many raiders to attack anymore. It's mostly walkers who have their damage distributed thanks to Spirit Link. Can the Demon Hunter clean them all up is the big question. Focus fire now. Trying to go for the heal wave. There is a potion. Doesn't want to pass it to the blade. Now he does. But the Demon Hunter is looking so strong with that staff interaction. Here comes Entangle. Here comes the kill. And the rest of Focus's army is dead as well. GG. Despite the expo, Lolite wins the fights with a bigger army and good execution. Both players seem to be in great shape. Show it here. Focus fighting away from the tower was probably not optimal. He thought he could still do it. But to be honest, he couldn't. GG. Interesting series on our hands, for sure. Focus's map life could have been over before. But there was some great saves with a lot of potions that cost a lot of gold, of course. Shout out to our Chinese broadcast colleagues. Magic Yang is explaining what was so awesome about Lolite's play. This seems to be the new norm, huh? Long mass Dryad phases. And then at some point, you try to switch into Bears for the very late game. Then the Orc has to respond with more walkers. But you can probably tear them apart. Interesting dynamics between them. Interesting developments for sure. So focus under pressure. That wasn't the case against Cini. That wasn't the case against Moon. Yesterday, He dealt with the pressure very, very well, though. Had 2 match points against him, defended both, took it home. Let's see if that happens here today again. Let's see if we can get directly into games, so we don't have the 3-minute delay. Yes. Shout out to my man Orkwolf. And then I have an overlay as well. Lovely, 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 lovely. What the hell is that? They found someone to advertise their products, I guess. Is that supposed to be a real person? Yummy, yummy, yummy. One day, guys, one day we'll have wonderful advertisement like this as well. We're not there yet. BBC, just the boss. Only he can afford that. Always something new to discover on the Chinese streams. We need beard shampoo. Yeah, I can probably do that. You just want to see me in the shower, bro. Well, probably sells. I'd rather buy from BBC though, to be honest. And Magic Yang and Miss Noisy. I only trust them. Nobody I would trust more than people running a Warcraft tournament. I would buy my products from Soul Ape Man. He'd be the greatest advertiser for this. 100%. Fascinating world we live in. Makrura plushies. Real life Makrura. For dinner. That's where the money is. So, our game is starting. Twisted Meadows it is. Boblington, thank you for the 2 months. And here we go. A very open map, lots of space for raiders to get through to the dryads around the blockers. What the? Why is there? There we go. 1-0 lead for Lawlight, who continues to present himself in great shape. The last Night Elf remaining, the best Night Elf player in this tournament. 2 maps away from the top 4 finish, at least top 4 finish, where Sock is waiting the lower bracket semi-final, which will be played tomorrow. Focus though, all the chances in the world. He wasn't playing bad at all. Didn't get the expo up twice. That was a bit of a blunder. But he traded it for XP. It just wasn't enough in the late game stages, as oftentimes is the case. Demon Hunter Blade is the same opener as before. Always a little bit of a chance to see a Keeper of the Grove here. But I don't think it suits Lawlight too much. We'll see where this goes. If Focus is playing push heavy. If Lawlight has some different tricks up his sleeve. If he doesn't want to go too heavy into Dryads and rather prefers a fast attack.
A player's forces are under attack.
And of course it is Twisted Metal. Great to see the rise of the two players in the past couple of weeks. They've been with us for over 10 years. And especially with Lawlight, it was a bit disheartening not seeing him too much, but seeing him back in shape. He's the hero the Night Elf needs. Or the Night Elf of the week, as we like to call it. Sometimes it's Life, sometimes it's Kaho. In this case, it's Lawlight. Double circlet for the blade, huh? Interesting investment, and we go straight for the wisp, but that backstep doesn't lead to a kill, just a little bit of moon juice. Switches targets here. Please, oh, no keeper, thank you. I'm bringing my friend. It's no problem if I bring a friend, huh? But that's the troublemaker kind of friend. That's the moon juice gone. We have a 2 Moonwell tech. So far. Oh, what the hell? All these wisps here. That cost a lot of lumber. And I'm not 100% sure he wanted to block him, maybe. Didn't really work out the way he wanted it to, I guess. So lots of moon juice drained, but it is the beginning of nighttime, so everything here will recover. Boots and ring. Nice items.
A player's forces are under attack.
Dondo in a good mood today, huh? I see. Are you drinking during the day again? Stacking up to be a bit problematic of an early game here for Focus. He will find a strength. He will find a strength in creeping. Could be that he's switching completely to base laming and goes TC, but I think that is very unlikely. In case you're joining us for the first time in a while, after like 10-15 years, previously this was the one map where talents are not being played on. Talents have been rotated out of meta for a long time, mostly due to buffs to the orc infrastructure. Now we see it every 20 games or so. Not the case, but Lawlight has a very, very late Hunter's Hall. Oops. Since he's still producing wisps, there's the tech.
A player's forces are under attack.
Still would be nice to have a lore coming up. Radar Walker on Focus aside, as so often. And we got some creep craft. Shadowhunter the hero as expected, and everybody's gunning for the big items here on this map. Lots of XP to gobble up. Expansion plays. not too unlikely. This Demon Hunter is a beast. Claws +8, Slippers, Ring +4. Love it, love it, love it. Focus has always been a huge fan of the Berserker here, so that should be his addition for some creep speed. A very tame game so far. With the lures and not even a shot, but a move coming up. No changes anywhere. This should be then time soon for Focus expansion plays if he wants to follow the same route as before.
A player's forces are under attack. Player's forces are under attack.
Ooh, Vamp Aura is fantastic. Do we again go for Hex Heal Wave? This time, I don't think we need Serpent Wards, right? Just Hex Heal Wave with the focus on Heal Wave. It's not going to be too many Dryads. There won't be an issue. I don't think he has to invest into a Tome of Retraining this time.
Player's forces are under attack.
First board up. Thorns Aura as well. Demon Hunter looking good. Shadow Hunter close to 3. I think everybody is kind of satisfied with what we got. And here's the expansion. A little later than before. Lolite is already somewhat reaching out. Got a wisp here. Probably knows. Like, this is the normal development of a Night Elf Orc when both players leave each other alone for a while. Are we ready to fight yet? Demon Hunter surely is. Plus 11 and 12 armor. But go. Okay, we want to get rid of this beast of a demon. Get this potion right away. Lolite also sees, maybe I'm not that ready yet. He does have a bear up. Comes as a surprise. Maybe. Reju goes through. We have this spell, but a very, very limited amount. Could be a close fight once again, similar to game 1. Who executes this better? Kodo is coming in. Huge buff on the Blade Master, plus 23. Never to be underestimated. But he's getting baited by the Dryad. Where's the damage uptime? Focus now switches targets to a Keeper. The light immediately taking away. No need to risk the loss of 9 supply. But with that, you can't break through. And the expo's up. Different game now.
A player's forces are under attack.
For some reason, Classic Plus, the Blade Master feet bother me. They're so oversized. Well, that is for us to dive into the foot fetish market. And it's paying dividends. Paying dividends. Sorry that you're bothered by that, but it has to make sense financially as well. The well goes deep. Sobi Mask, Vamp Aura. Insane inventory. Spell shield against Hex? Kinda nice. Good scouting by focus with the play. Oh, a little bit of a choke. Not ideal. Can all the bears connect? They sure do, but mostly on the Blade Master that's absorbing most of the damage. Demon Hunter goes deep for the Berserker, who is responsible for most of the damage. Keeper in trouble, trying to save himself with an end snare, but it is not enough. Entangle, I mean, of course. No Thorns Aura, lack of control without Entangle. It's the Demon Hunter's time to shine, but can he really? Focus with the Expo lead, focus with the supply lead, focus with a nice Devour, and another Kodo coming in, snacking another Night Elf unit. Yeah, this is truly only the Demon Hunter show, and if that's gonna be enough against the 50 food Orc army that is barely touched here, is questionable. We have a Windwalk available, so this bear will also fall. Oh, will it not? It takes the safe bear. How is the... Where are the 42 food? Where are the 5 bears? I don't see them. And I don't see this Demon Hunter get out of there either. Focus with the 1-1. Pretty clean performance. Great fight. Straightforward. Harass, creep, expo, win. Very straightforward. This was Loliot's all in. He had to go for this. Good to see Focus striking back pretty much immediately. Just a solid game. With great items, but no mistakes. Pretty much faster in every regard. A deserved victory. Now. Very clean fight, I'd say. Yeah, Loliot got trapped there a little bit at the mercenary camp. That felt a bit... Oh, hey, what? Why is it... sorry. Didn't want to show you the black screen thingy here. Yeah, I fixed it already. I talk like Soul Ape Man in the same rhythm. Yeah, maybe he didn't expect focus there, and then he got caught by Hex and Ensnare again when he wasn't ready. Master training was just finishing. Bit too early for a fight, but then he had to go into that direction to knock down an Expo, to contest it at least. Tap spot. Does BBC only own one sweater? I'm pretty sure he has a million G sweaters. How do you, it's probably not the same. He wore a dark one as well. That was the first G. I'm pretty sure BBC is such a boss, he burns his clothes after wearing them once. Otherwise, Mr. Max, the next donation has to go to the BBC, to the BBC sweater font. Would love to understand what Magic Yang is explaining here. All that expertise of the WCG runner-up from 2003. Wonder if Lolite is able to keep his nerves together. It's oftentimes like focus starting slow, focus catching up, focus tying it up. And then focus bringing the series back. Has happened many, many, many times. He really looks like the nice uncle dude that always has candy in his pocket. That is so true. And BBC is the uncle who gave you a cigarette when you were 12. That is the perfect description. That is the perfect description. Yeah, BBC would for sure bum you a cigarette. For sure. Well done, Max. Not only great financial support, also great humorous support. I don't know how much longer there is. Maybe a minute. As they are. Gotta celebrate the delicious cakes. I want cake too. Maybe I'm gonna grab cake afterwards. Fanta HS. I just said, I don't know when they start this game. They have to eat their cookies first. And then you ask, Uncle Neo, where's the game? What do you expect as an answer? You think if you ask 2 seconds later, I all of a sudden have an epiphany and I can see the future of when they give us the go? Unbelievable behavior of chat today. First they want the Demon Hunter buff. Now this. Lado.
I lost every game on the PTR. Hunt should come out with heavy armor and fortified with upgrade. Also, bring back double MG taunt.
Maybe you just suck. Thank you for the sub. Lado, when Warcraft is coming to Game Pass, they'll probably also bring the Mountain Giant double taunt back. That will be the day. The double celebration for Lado's launch. Love to see you still and more often. You sweet soul. Even though that was rage bait, I appreciate that. You hear it, the game is live. I have to make sure everything is in order. Lawlight won. Focus won. Difference is Lawlight won the neutral map. Focus won his first loser's choice. So still slight advantage for Lawlight, but Focus on a good track. Now, game 3, whoever claims this gets match point. Lawlight left hand side. Focus right hand side. Any changers? Moon played quite a bit of keeper yesterday. One time very successful. The other time, not so much. And yeah, both stick to the guns. This is a very, could be a very contested creep spot here to guarantee the level 2. You could also go for evasion creeping to dodge an interaction early on if you don't feel too confident.
A player's forces are under attack.
And of course, this is against the 5. I'll be right back in 30 seconds. Probably even less. 1.7 on the demon. No deny. It's not going towards the middle.
Town is under siege.
Grunt is checking. Are you here, bro? No? Okay. Focus has made some improvements lately in creeping the shops, similar to what you did back in the day on Turtle Rock. But if this is not contested, then let's just take it. Then I can fall back. Then I can creep my mammoth. And then we're fine with level 2. But yeah, I feel like this matchup could need a little salt and pepper, you know, a bit spice. Even though I like meta developments, it's like they don't want to touch each other early. They also have no incentive. Oftentimes. Both are scaling armies, both need their time to unfold. But this matchup has always been that way. So we got some farming, we got some teching, we get this time much more timely Huntress Hall. Could actually give him one hunt before the tech is finished if he wants to practice for the upcoming patch. Or you get a little bit of map control, creep speed, all that. Or a creep jack. Look at this. With immolation, no mana burn available. Didn't skill yet. He could choose it and steal. Nope. Both items. And we did go mana burn. He couldn't prevent the last hit though. Okay, no evasion for you, good sir. That might hurt down the road. But then, worst case, you retrain. Point of mana stealing used for kill. Both charges, actually.
A player's forces are
We
under
don't
attack.
have a Huntress. We can go for Laws immediately. That clearly held Lawlight back for like 30 seconds last game. That has been improved now. For Focus, no changes. There's no reason to. He just has to react to what Lawlight is doing. If a lot of Dryads, you go a lot of Raiders. If he attacks immediately, you go a lot of Walkers. Firelord! Oh, Soul Burn! Okay. I guess that's a creeping measure. Blasted goes to Lawlight for now. Lava Spawns is getting some hits. We can split. Interesting. I don't think this went the way Lawlight envisioned this. Nice little creep deck by Focus. Now also Shadowhunter Hex coming in.
A player's forces are under attack.
And with that, that should be more or less total map control. No keep. So no counter CC. Oh, I'm curious how that's gonna scale. Another steal for Focus. He is clearly playing a level above what he played on map 1.
A player's forces are under attack.
Apart from that, no adjustment. It is crazy creeping though with 6 lava spawn. That is solid creep speed, for sure. It is Soul Burn second for Blade Master later. Okay, since there's no no mirror image, gonna be easy to target the Blade, prevent him from going Windwalk. Could also shut down heal waves in crucial moment and takes away a lot of damage. In general, this patch, Rise of the Firelord. Clearly, Rise of the Firelord. So many niche cases where he's so good. We were almost skeptical when we saw that Soulburn gets a minus 75% debuff on damage. But it pushed him. It pushed him big time. It's only a couple of seconds and
A
can be
player's
dispelled.
forces are under attack.
There's always counterplay to it. But it has impact. Every silence. Blade Master again with great inventory. Boots of Kel'Thalas. Heal scroll, inventory. Inventory? Invul potion. Oh, fuck gold. More creep. Yeah, this is currently the PvE game in Warcraft 3. Creep, 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 creep. Fight, end. Blade Master here. Careful, buddy. Raiders coming in. Only 38 supply. Laliat is still teching. The Raider kill would be huge. Gets it and saves the Dryad. Not bad. Town Portal is gone, of course, but at least he took the Raider with him. Yeah, Focus, you need quite some walkers now. You got one.
Forces are under attack.
Again, the Berserker. He is so in love with the Berserker. Diversifying attack types can be quite nice. Both players looking for expos, scouting a little bit, focusing position, but camp not prep. Why is Firelord so popular nowadays? A very good question. Almost 10 months ago, it has received the buff to a spell called Soulburn. Soulburn does a little bit of damage over time, silences the hero, and takes their damage away. And the ability of taking damage away got buffed by a lot. And that enables you to play that Firelord with lots of impact, while he can also be used as a damage dealer with Incinerate, or as a summoner, tower rusher, pusher with lava spawns. He has very cool roles that no other hero can fit this way. And people realize this. First as a first hero, and then also in a support role. Took some time to realize the power of it. Again, focus trying to expo. Lava spawns might drain some dispel. Blade is crazy, man. But is he really when there's Soulburn? Oh, he breaks through that now. Can maybe hit another Soulburn. Nope, it's on cooldown. Firelord extinguished. Ooh, that's bad. That opens up the battlefield for the strong Blade Master. Look at him go. Plus 30 damage. He is a crazy mofo. Needs to be controlled. Keeper is coming in. No orb hinder. The orb was on the Firelord. That's such a huge damage mitigation now. He still wants his blade though. 30! Sick escape on 50. Demon Hunter in the surround. Holy moly. Focus on fire. Got a potion here. Can he get out somehow? Stab. Got it. He reveals himself with the blade. He might just be dead. Keeper does nothing. Oh my. Double kill for Focus on the warpath. What a beautiful fight that was. Enabled, of course, by a Blade Master out of this world. Lolite says, that's it. I only had this one shot. And he takes it. Convincingly. 2-0. 2-0? 2-1, but 2 wins back to back. And now Lolite is facing elimination. The last elf. Look at this value drop, man. Here we go. One fight and over. The hero kill again opens up the game far and wide for Focus. And that Blade Master, you needed. That was exactly a moment where you needed the Firelord, who was way too exposed, instantly focused by Focus. And you needed a Soulburn on that thing. Take the damage away. It was plus 30. Lolite in trouble. Facing elimination. Relatively simple to make adjustments. I like this Firelord route. Unfortunately, it didn't work out at all. Razor won't shut the F up. You know, when you're gone, I always think I miss you. But then you appear again and you remind me of why I shouldn't miss you. The interesting thing here is that Focus did Warmill and Expo and he has more supply than the Night Elf, even more so. Focus lost 1 Raider when the Light lost nothing. Not sure how it's possible. if your fragile supporter hero is in the front row, who is supposed to disable the carry of the other side, and you lose it 5 seconds into the main fight, maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe more important than a radar, I'd say. Who was also your orb carry? I know that would be my guess. Last chance for Lawlight. Man, did he bring us an absurd amount of joy, especially the series versus Labby and the last 2 maps versus Starbuck. Were absolute bangers. I think he also has a better shot to get far compared to Focus. But Focus is also playing rock solid, man. As so often, it's a classic Focus, right? It's such a classic Focus. It is never something mega flashy. It's just rock solid gaming. Might be the last game of the day. On the 3rd last day of B Cup. Tomorrow we got winner bracket final and lower bracket semifinal. And then the day after is the decider. Dizzy, I expected more of you than just put races in the bracket. That's boring. Mr. BBC is selling, what's he selling now? Brownie crisps. I was quite jealous of that. I would love to have some brownie crisps. Oh, and they're gone. Oh, here they are again. A world with brownie crisps is a better world. That's almond. It's both almond. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Every time I watch the BBC stream, I get so hungry. There we go. Natural products. Okay, Miss Noisy approves. What the? Ah, did some calculations in his head. Yummy, 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 yummy. Oh, he stopped chewing. To be honest, he didn't look that exciting for the brownie crisps. I would have expected more. This is also like the 4th week of advertising brownie crisps. Maybe he's a little tired. Okay, Uncle B. Are we ready? Yep, we are ready. Lolite vs. Focus. Round 4. Are we changing something up? The past 2 encounters, 3 encounters, also went to Focus on this patch. He is quite dominant. I thought with the recent rise of Lolite, he might be more competitive here. But so far, he only took the 1 map he kind of always takes. Tournament life on the line for the last Night Elf, for the best performing Night Elf of the week in Lolite. This is one of the best Night Elf maps though in Hammerfall. Let's see what this gives us. No Tavern Hero. Demon Hunter's too strong to skip it. Whether that's with Immolation or whether that's with Mana Burn or Evasion. All combinations are good in their own way. But Focus seems like he kind of cracked the code on map 1. It's very creep heavy. It's very passive early on. Why is Hammerfall a good elf map? I don't know. But they seem to be performing good here. Creeping is good. Expansion is good. Scouting is good. Counter pushes are good. Shop control works out well. This is a 6 start with the Makrura camp into Expo. Plus this, which is easy to take with instant healing after. And then Focus. Focus has to resort to either the turtle or instant harass, or maybe green into turtle. I don't think it's universally good though. UD oftentimes picks it versus elf. I'd be very surprised to see that too often. Life is always performing best on Hammerfall. Kao was performing like crazy on Hammerfall versus Undead. I think it's one of the best Night Elf versus Undead maps there is. Relatively hard to expo, but not undoable. Long rush distance, so the ghouls have to travel further to kill the counter tier life. I think Hammerfall is an excellent Night Elf map versus Undead. But I don't doubt you. Sometimes players pick weird maps for them. Or also other maps promote a certain playstyle that you don't want, and then you bite into the sour apple, as we say, and take help. Did Focus hit his own town hall? This could be...
A player's forces are under attack.
By intent. Did he scout? Yeah. So, if you ever heard town hall, and you go towards the creep camp, and then you press repair on your town hall, the creeps are following you. Maybe you wanted to disrupt something, lure the creeps away. I didn't follow the peon, unfortunately. I was too busy talking about Hammerfall. But yeah, it's the same mechanic as the undead unsummon mechanic, where the creeps just haunt you forever.
A player's forces are under attack.
We got early boots, early levels. Mirror image first. Didn't talk about that yet, but it's mirror image first. Very interesting. Maybe expecting a keeper, maybe just for creeping. Immolation still doing damage here. Opens up the creep spot. Focus getting caught off guard. Now he would love to have a keeper, of course. Hides in the shadows himself. Oh man, there's so many targets now for Lawlight. First and foremost, of course, the Rock Golem. Dedge. Claws +8. Great target. Game over! 4 minutes 30. Utterly destroyed him with the creep tag. What? That was so sick. Blade Master very hurt. Grunt very hurt. Creep stolen. A level ahead. This is how you get back into a series. 4 minutes 30. Here I am talking about like so much, so passive. So much creeping. Only one big fight. Boom. Big win. And we go game 5. Sick punishment. Sick punishment. And Focus is rarely a player who taps out early. He's not triggered like other players have been. Awesome. Awesome for Lawlight. Yeah, I think there's no way to, like, is there maybe a way to recover, but that was rough. Okay, one more. That will then be Tide Hunters. Okay. This was the mega disaster yesterday when we were in a similar situation with Focus being 2-2 against Moon. Moon picked the keeper, started to deny creeps with his Ancient of War. The entire game fell apart. Focus was an absolute beast on Tide Hunters. Defended and scouted and cancelled a tower push easy. Scouted and killed the expansion easy. Let's hope for Lawlight that that's not happening again. Let's hope for Focus that it's happening again. Man, the advertisements get a lot of space today. Later tonight, we're back at 8:45 p.m. with our German league, Dach Inferno. We got the Division 2 game of Rain versus Finrod. Two lovely, lovely, lovely people. Finrod, my favorite undead in the world. And Rain, one of the sweetest souls, a former German vice champion. And then we get the first Night Elf mirror we ever had in our Dach Inferno. With Kevin versus Toxie. Don't let Happy hear that. He probably won't care too much. I made a bowl of cereal and it's over. What happened? You prioritized differently. If you take food over Warcraft, what are you even doing here? It now depends what kind of cereal, to be honest. Big, 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 nasty creep jack happened. I still don't know what this fruit is. And don't gaslight me into thinking it's a mango. That's a mango. That's a mango. That's a mango. The first one isn't a mango. I think it's all mango, but the one picture is just wrong. All right, game up then. We're kicking into overdrive. Go, go. I hope I hit the ready button. I absolutely did. Last game of the day. Lolliot and Focus. There can only one survivor after today. They face Suck. In the lower bracket. Who's your favorite, everybody? Any Night Elf hooligans? Any Orc ultras? Here's the decision. Focus, focus. Let's go Lawlight. Go, go, focus. I know that Baron is a huge Focus fan, so for that fact alone, if I wouldn't be neutral Neo here, would be rooting for Lawlight. And so should all of you. The only chance for change here is Keeper instead of Demon. A Keeper holds great value with Entangled Thorns Aura, but can also be relatively easy played as a second hero, so I guess you only go for it if you want a curveball and if you're very confident in your Keeper skills, as Moon oftentimes does. Late here. Keeper here. Tidehunters, oftentimes the map where Keeper is played, if he's played in a series. Super easy to creep here with Treants. But Moon effed it up, gave Focus a huge opening, tried to come back. It was important for him to survive in this tournament, but Focus shut him down again and again and again. Focus needs Lawlight needs a better start than Moon. Focus needs a similar performance than yesterday to survive this. Nice back and forth series. Lawlight coming in with momentum of a 4-minute 30 win. Nice that he's able to shake off the defeat of yesterday. How aggressive is Focus going to be? He went mirror image first on map 1. One could think it was a mistake. He wanted to manipulate the creeps, and then he got manipulated himself into a forfeit. So 1.8, that's a clean creep. Well, it wants the Huntress. It's kind of walled in here. Yeah, that's problematic though. Keeper far, far, far away. No chance for a save, and Lawlight is stuck at 21 food. This hurts Lumber, this hurts creep speed. Attack hasn't even started yet. If you wanted to go for Huntress or an AP push or anything... Yeah, that's rough, man. You have a Huntress Hall and you can't do anything with it. Master keeps on farming.
A town is under siege.
He did build another Moonwell here. He's building one now. And there's an AP coming up here. But yeah, it's such a similar situation that Moon was in yesterday. Early game ruined. This is not enough damage to pressure anything. Focus is coming from the left-hand side. He's going to see the tower in no time. At least it keeps the blade away. Entangle. Focus. Forces a windwalk, I guess. There's another entangle. Oh, no detection and the AP falls. This was so close. 30 HP, one volley, and that would have been it. And there was also not only the AP going down, but all the mana gone. Focus can heal.
The player's forces are under attack.
And now what? This might be the second
Town is under siege.
game that goes below 5 minutes, to be honest. He's trying to AP push again. Focus is not getting fooled by ancient protectors anymore. But he could detonate. If he detonates and entangles, he does no mana. But that's surely the play, right? Healing not cancels as he disjoins when the birdie is in the air. Oh man. Game plan for Lawlight clearly on the table here. Hunts will be coming in shortly. Archers have walled in the grunts, so they can't help too much. This is expensive. The reveal only reveals for 3 seconds. Now keeps it close with the keeper. With the hunt. And it's invisible again. Shadowhunter. The healing cancelled now. That bought time for APs. Is it enough though? Great decision making by Focus. Oh, okay, AP is up. Mass repair. The wisps come in at the perfect time. I think one grunt died. Not sure. Or is it still the archer corpse? Could also be. Man, Lawlight, a keeper, a hunt, 2 APs and a dream. These grunts, man, they're still there. Wait, it's soon to be daytime. And then the hunt will be revealed. Shadowhunter in trouble. Blade Master hurt. Maybe this isn't over. What a genius block this is. AP forward. Can attack the burrow now. Can disrupt some healing. But Focus got the counter up soon. Demolishers are coming. Depends a little on where they're spawning. Huntress numbers rise. AP numbers rise. Cement is up. Oh boy. What a game 5. The guts on Lawlight. Little bit of damage, but not enough. So much resources invested into healing here, but needs it that way. Glaives are coming. Focus can't produce after the second demolish. Finally, grunts are able to break through. Love this Moonwell for some healing. AP down. This might be too much. The damage is crazy. It's the second series of Focus versus Night Elf that he wins with Demolishers. Oh, this one's lost. But he buys the time. He gets 1 AP. Versus Cini, he used them offensively. Now he's using them defensively. New wisps coming though. Lawlight ain't giving this up yet. How do you reach? Waiting for his own blades. They're coming straight at that. Oh, would you love to have the heavy armor now? Demolisher is focusing on the AP. The other one is clearly focusing on the shop. Could actually cancel that healing regen. get each unit standoff. Focus has to rebuild the shop here in a more careful position. There's no beastery, but at least the lodge. Lolite has to take care of his lumber, actually. Maybe he can't repair against it anymore. He has to do something. He has to do something. Trying to go into grunts again. Here are the Treants. Big damage on the building. Follows it. But here's also focus engaging. Flamethrower number 1 eliminated. The second one should fall as well. But the Shaman are suffering. That opens up the battlefield a little bit for the Keeper of the Grove. But these 2 glaives were quite an investment. Needs to get more kills here. Needs to get the second Shaman. That's the one with the Dispel. Not using it for a long time. And gets the kills. But now, bad news is Keeper is surrounded, can hide for a second. There is reveal, TP home. This push is over, and I think this tournament run also. No Expo, no army, no levels, no hope. Focus eliminates Lolite 3-2. Kicks them out before the penultimate day. Man. How would this series go if not for the Forgotten Huntress Hall on Twisted? Both players playing an A game. Nice back and forth. Some tactical shifts towards the left and right. But eventually, Focus takes it home. The last Orc surviving. Since the second round of the lower bracket, he's been facing elimination and he knocks out one elf after the next. First Zenith, then Moon, now Lawlight. But tomorrow, there's a new task ahead of him. Start of the day, Focus vs. Sock. That's going to be a whole different beast. Sock was only defeated by one map by Happy. And that could have gone any way. Very, very sad for Lawlight, who played an amazing winner bracket. We'll go home with 300 bucks now. 500 guaranteed for everybody in the tournament. And tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, 2 matches. The big boys. Starbuck and Happy. Sock and Focus. Those are the top 4. Does Starbuck have a new solution to Happy, who overwhelmed him with Cryptlord Beetles in the last B-Cup? Or will he crumble once again as he did in the grand final? How far can Sock go? So today we could only cast 1 game. But it was a good one. Tomorrow it's going to be 2. And tomorrow is our PTR tournament. Leon, Neutron, Tiesiok, Krav will play the New Balance. And it's going to be a good time. With Carson casting, I'll be there for you in the early hours. It is best of 3 round robin. Yes, huge day tomorrow. Huge day tomorrow. Friday, start of War 3 Champions Finals. Huge day on Friday. Saturday, Sunday, continuation of the War 3 Champions Finals with the qualifiers. Huge day. There's only huge days here at Back to Warcraft. Patch review. We checked out the grubby invitational players here today as well. So much content. So much content that I didn't get groceries for around about 2 weeks. So it's time for me to leave now. I will rate you to someone who's also bringing grande entertainment.
Have a good April, Neo.
Thank you, Butcher. Much love. Thank you, Misto, for the 99 month. You freaking legend. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. I'm gonna rate you My boy Loco. My boy Loco. He's also participating in Grubby's... Oh, wait. I'm going to rate you to the Viper, since he's still streaming. For the Watch event, the Tribes, we rated Loco 2 days ago. I'm going to rate you to the Viper. Most legendary Age of Empires player ever participating in Grubby's tournament, learning Orc. So give him a help, guys. If you like coaching, backseating, appreciated is what I heard. Have fun with the Vipers. Send the back to Warcraft regards. And see you guys later for the Dach Inferno. Kevin vs. Toxie, 8:45.